Hey everyone! Tonight we embark upon the most epic journey through the galaxy far, far away. The complete timeline of the Star Wars original trilogy, from the first whispers of destiny to the final celebration of freedom. A saga of hope rising from darkness, of heroes forged in the fires of war, and of love conquering the deepest shadows of the Force. So before we dive into this galactic odyssey, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel, but only if you genuinely enjoy these cinematic journeys through beloved universes. And here's something interesting. Nearly 88% of those who watch these epic tales haven't subscribed yet. So if you're enjoying this content, hitting that subscribe button really helps me continue crafting these immersive stories for you. Speaking of stories, if you're fascinated by the world of Game of Thrones and the intricate tales of Westeros, I've created something special for you. Visit my new channel, The Raven's Tales, where we explore the deepest mysteries and forgotten legends of the Seven Kingdoms. You'll find the link in the description below, and I think you'll love what awaits you there. And if you want to experience the complete Star Wars prequel trilogy timeline, be sure to check out my previous video where we journeyed through Anakin's transformation from the Chosen One to Darth Vader. It's the perfect companion to tonight's original trilogy adventure. Now, I'm genuinely curious about our galactic community tonight. Drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is in your corner of the world. There's something magical about knowing we're all sharing this journey together, whether it's midnight in New York or dawn breaking in Tokyo. Get comfortable, dim those lights, and let yourself settle into that perfect spot. Tonight we travel not just through space, but through time itself. Long ago, in the deepest vaults beneath the reconstructed Jedi Temple on Coruscant, there existed an archive that few knew of, and fewer still had ever seen. These were not the gleaming halls where younglings once learned the ways of the Force, nor the council chambers where great masters deliberated the fate of the galaxy. These were the forbidden chronicles, sealed away for generations, containing the true history of the galaxy's darkest hour and its most triumphant dawn. Here, among holocrons that pulsed with ancient blue light, lay the complete record of the Skywalker legacy. Not the sanitized versions taught in the New Republic academies, but the raw, unfiltered truth of how a farm boy from a desert world became the galaxy's salvation, how a princess became a general, and how a smuggler became a hero. Most importantly, how a fallen Jedi found redemption in his final breath. You are an archivist of the new Jedi Order, granted rare access to these forbidden records. Master Skywalker himself had sealed these chronicles, knowing that one day, when the galaxy was ready, the complete truth would need to be told. Tonight, as twin moons rise over the rebuilt temple, you break the ancient seals and prepare to witness the greatest story ever told. But before you can fully comprehend what lies within these glowing records, a fragment of memory bursts forth from the first holocron. A vision of impossible beauty and terror flashes before your eyes. You see two suns setting over a moisture farm, feel the weight of destiny pressing down upon a young man's shoulders, and hear the mechanical breathing of something that was once human, now transformed into the galaxy's greatest nightmare. Yet within that darkness, you glimpse something else. A moment far in the future, when that same mechanical breathing will fade to silence, and a father will look upon his son with eyes full of love and redemption. But how does a galaxy torn apart by civil war? How does a rebellion with no hope of victory? How does a boy who has never left his home planet become the catalyst for such impossible transformation? The holocron flickers, then falls silent. The vision fades. The complete truth remains locked within these ancient records, waiting for you to unlock each chapter, each battle, each moment of triumph and tragedy that shaped the galaxy's fate. From the rise of the Empire to its ultimate fall, from the scattering of the Jedi to their return, from the moment when all hope seemed lost to the dawn, when freedom was finally won. The archive hums with power, countless stories waiting to unfold, but they will only reveal themselves to those with patience and wisdom. For this is not merely a tale of space battles and lightsaber duels, though both shall shake the very foundations of worlds. This is the story of choice and consequence, of how the smallest acts of courage can topple the mightiest empires, and how love, even in its darkest hour, can conquer death itself. The chronicles await. The galaxy's greatest story is about to begin. The first holocron awakens with a gentle pulse of azure light, and immediately the chamber fills with the essence of a galaxy in transition. The Republic stands at the height of its power, yet shadows gather at its edges like storm clouds on a distant horizon. You feel the weight of destiny pressing down upon countless worlds, each unaware that their fate hangs in the balance of decisions yet to be made. In the Outer Rim, where the Republic's influence grows thin and trade routes stretch like fragile lifelines between scattered systems, the Trade Federation has begun to flex its corporate muscles. Their massive ring-shaped battleships drift through space like mechanical leviathans, their droid armies standing in perfect formation within cavernous hangar bays. Each vessel spans kilometers in diameter, bristling with turbo-laser batteries and docking bays that house thousands of battle droids. The Nemydians who command these vessels speak in hushed tones of blockades and economic pressure, but their alien features cannot hide the fear that grips their hearts. They are puppets dancing to strings they cannot see, pulled by a master whose true identity remains shrouded in darkness. Newt Gunray, the Trade Federation's viceroy, paces nervously in his command center aboard the flagship droid control ship. His pale green skin glistens with perspiration as he contemplates the enormity of the task before him. The invasion of Naboo represents more than a simple trade dispute. It is the opening gambit in a game far more complex and dangerous than he comprehends. His associate, Rune Hako, shuffles through diplomatic protocols with trembling fingers, both aliens acutely aware that they have committed themselves to a course of action from which there can be no retreat. The peaceful world of Naboo floats serenely in its system, its cities gleaming like jewels beneath pristine skies. The planet's inhabitants have known nothing but prosperity and harmony for generations, their queen young and idealistic, their people content in their lake-dotted paradise. The great waterfalls of the Ed cascade down cliffsides carved from golden stone, their mist creating rainbows that dance in the afternoon light. In the countryside, vast fields of grain wave in gentle breezes, tended by farmers who have never known the touch of war or the sting of oppression. Yet even now, as children play in the great plaza of Theed and artists craft their masterpieces in studios overlooking crystalline waterfalls, the Trade Federation's ships move inexorably toward their world, carrying within their holds the instruments of occupation and oppression. The planet's defense forces consist mainly of security volunteers and ceremonial guards, their bright yellow uniforms and polished blasters more suited to parades than pitched battles. Captain Panaka, head of the Royal Security Forces, studies intelligence reports with growing concern, but even his military training cannot prepare him for the mechanical army that approaches his beloved homeworld. In the Galactic Senate on Coruscant, the political machinery of 1,000 worlds grinds slowly forward. The massive chamber echoes with the voices of countless species, each fighting for their system's interests, while the greater good becomes lost in bureaucratic procedure. Senators from hundreds of worlds hover in their floating platforms, their debates often degenerating into shouting matches that accomplish nothing, while urgent matters languish in committee. The Chancellor's podium rises from the center of this chaos, but even the Republic's highest office has become largely ceremonial, its power diluted by centuries of compromise and political maneuvering. Senator Palpatine of Naboo sits quietly in his delegation's pod, his face a mask of concern and wisdom. He speaks eloquently of the need for stronger leadership, of the Republic's growing weakness in the face of external threats. His words carry weight, for he has earned a reputation as a skilled negotiator and a champion of the common citizen. Fellow senators nod approvingly when he addresses the chamber, seeing in him the qualities of a true statesman. Yet beneath his grandfatherly exterior, something far more dangerous stirs, patient and calculating, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His apprentice in the dark arts, though none suspect their connection, continues to train in the shadows. Darth Maul, a Zabrak warrior whose yellow eyes burn with barely contained fury, practices his deadly combat forms in secret chambers hidden beneath Coruscant's surface. His double-bladed lightsaber cuts crimson arcs through the darkness as he prepares for the battles to come, his hatred for the Jedi growing stronger with each passing day. The intricate tattoos that cover his red and black skin tell the story of his transformation from a child of Dathomir to a weapon of the Sith, each mark representing a lesson learned in pain and darkness. The Jedi Temple rises majestically from Coruscant's surface, its spires reaching toward the stars like fingers grasping for cosmic truth. Within its halls, the greatest peacekeepers the galaxy has ever known meditate on the mysteries of the Force, their lightsabers hanging silent at their sides. The temple's vast libraries contain the accumulated wisdom of 25,000 years, their holocrons and data crystals preserving the teachings of generations of Jedi Masters. In the training halls, younglings practice their first lightsaber forms under the watchful eyes of instructors who have dedicated their lives to nurturing the next generation of guardians. The Jedi Council, composed of the wisest and most powerful masters, convenes in their circular chamber high above the city planet's endless sprawl. Master Yoda, ancient beyond measure, sits in contemplation, his gnarled hands folded over his walking stick. His large eyes, dimmed by centuries of wisdom, nevertheless sparkle with an inner light that speaks of deep understanding and limitless compassion. At 900 years old, he has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, seen the Force work its will through countless generations of beings who thought themselves masters of their own fate. Beside him, Master Windu maintains his stoic composure, his dark features reflecting the weight of responsibility he bears as one of the Council's most senior members. His mastery of form-vesive lightsaber combat, the most dangerous and aggressive of all Jedi fighting styles, requires perfect emotional control to prevent its practitioner from falling to the dark side. Ki-Adi-Mundi, with his elongated cranium and thoughtful demeanor, represents the scholarly tradition of the Jedi, while Plo Koon's distinctive breathing apparatus and orange-tinged skin mark him as one of the few non-human masters on the Council. These masters have served the Republic for generations, their dedication unwavering, their purpose clear. They are the guardians of peace and justice, the shepherds of the Force itself. Yet even they cannot see the shadow that has begun to fall across their sacred halls, cannot sense the darkness that has already taken root in the very heart of the Republic they have sworn to protect. Their connection to the Force, once crystal clear, has become clouded by the growing influence of the dark side, though they attribute this disturbance to the general unrest that plagues the galaxy. On the desert world of Tatooine, where twin suns blaze mercilessly across endless dunes and the very air shimmers with heat, a young boy works in his mother's small apartment in the slave quarters of Mos Espa. Anakin Skywalker, barely 9 years old, possesses hands that seem to understand machinery by instinct alone. His fingers move with preternatural skill as he tinkers with a protocol droid, bringing the golden figure to life with components scavenged from junkyards and spare parts dealers. The boy's eyes shine with intelligence and enthusiasm, his mind racing with possibilities that stretch far beyond the confines of his harsh desert home. C-3PO, the protocol droid he has assembled from discarded parts, represents more than a simple mechanical companion. The golden figure embodies Anakin's genius for creation, his ability to bring order from chaos and life from lifeless metal. As the droid takes its first tentative steps, speaking in the precise tones that will one day make it famous throughout the galaxy, neither creator nor creation realizes that they are destined to witness events that will reshape the very fabric of civilization. His mother, Shmi, watches him with a mixture of pride and concern. She sees greatness in her son, a spark of something extraordinary that sets him apart from the other children in their small community. Her weathered hands, scarred by years of menial labor, tremble slightly as she observes her boy's supernatural abilities. She knows nothing of midi-chlorians or force sensitivity, but she feels in her heart that her son is destined for something far greater than the life of a slave on a backwater world. The strange dreams that plague her sleep speak of conflict and transformation, of her beloved child walking paths that lead both to glory and to darkness. The boy's owner, Watto, a flying creature whose greed exceeds even his considerable bulk, sees in Anakin only a useful tool for his junk business. The young slave's uncanny ability to fix anything mechanical makes him valuable property, nothing more. Watto cannot comprehend that he holds in his possession someone who will one day reshape the very fabric of galactic civilization. He gambles away his days in the cantinas of Mos Espa, betting on pod races and business deals with the casual indifference of one who has never learned to see beyond immediate profit. The Bunta Eve Classic, Tatooine's most prestigious pod race, approaches with all the fanfare and excitement that such events generate in the Outer Rim. The twin-engine races, dangerous contraptions that claim the lives of most pilots who dare to control them, represent the pinnacle of speed and recklessness in a galaxy where such qualities are often the difference between prosperity and poverty. The massive engines, connected by energy binders to small cockpits barely large enough for a single pilot, require reflexes faster than any normal being possesses. Only aliens with multiple arms or enhanced nervous systems can hope to survive the crushing G-forces and split-second decision-making that pod racing demands. Yet young Anakin dreams of piloting one of these death traps, his 9-year-old mind filled with visions of speed and freedom that seem impossible for a slave child to achieve. His mother forbids such dangerous thoughts, but she cannot prevent her son from building his own podracer in secret, constructing it from salvaged parts in the depths of Watto's junkyard. The boy's fingers work with mechanical precision, guided by instincts he cannot name, creating a racing machine that will soon astonish the galaxy with its speed and handling. In the far reaches of space where asteroids drift like scattered bones and ancient secrets lie buried in forgotten tombs, the Sith have begun to stir. For 1,000 years they have waited in the shadows, following the rule of two that demands only a master and an apprentice exist at any given time. This ancient doctrine, established by Darth Bane after the destruction of the Sith Brotherhood, ensures that the dark side remains concentrated in only 2 individuals, making detection nearly impossible while guaranteeing that each generation grows stronger than the last. Darth Sidious, the current Dark Lord, has spent decades weaving his web of corruption throughout the Republic, his influence spreading like a virus through the political system. His public persona, as Senator Palpatine, provides the perfect cover for his true activities, allowing him to manipulate events from within the very heart of the government he seeks to destroy. His office on Coruscant, with its modest furnishings and understated decorations, conceals communication equipment that links him to conspirators across the galaxy, each unaware of the other's existence. The Sith know that their time of hiding is nearly over. The prophecy speaks of a chosen one who will bring balance to the Force, but they interpret this ancient prediction in their own twisted way. They believe that balance means the destruction of the Jedi and the triumph of the dark side. They do not yet realize that balance might mean something entirely different, something that will ultimately lead to their own destruction. The ancient texts, hidden in Sith temples on long-dead worlds, speak of cycles within cycles, of light and darkness locked in eternal struggle, but even the Dark Lords cannot see beyond their own hunger for power. The wheel of destiny begins to turn when the Trade Federation's blockade of Naboo becomes complete. Their massive ships form an impenetrable barrier around the peaceful planet, cutting off all trade and communication with the outside galaxy. The blockade represents more than military strategy. It is a test of the Republic's resolve, a challenge to see if the democratic government still possesses the strength to protect its member worlds. On the surface, battle droids march through the streets of Thid, their mechanical voices demanding surrender from a population that has never known war. These droids, manufactured in the vast factories of Geonosis, represent the ultimate expression of automated warfare. Each unit possesses basic artificial intelligence and standard combat programming, making them effective soldiers while remaining completely expendable. Their tan-colored armor provides protection from small arms fire, while their E5 blaster rifles deliver destructive energy bolts capable of penetrating most personal armor. The droid Tays, or destroyer droids, roll through the palace corridors like mechanical death dealers, their shields and rapid-fire blasters making them nearly invulnerable to conventional weapons. Queen Amidala, barely 14 years old, finds herself thrust into a crisis that will test not only her courage, but her very soul. The elaborate makeup and royal costumes that mark her position cannot hide the determination that burns in her young eyes. Her handmaidens, trained from childhood to serve and protect their queen, stand ready to die for her if necessary, their loyalty absolute despite their own tender years. Captain Panaka, head of the Royal Security Forces, coordinates the planet's meager defenses while knowing that conventional military tactics cannot prevail against the mechanical army that surrounds them. The Jedi Council, finally roused to action by the Trade Federation's boldness, dispatches two of their most skilled negotiators to resolve the crisis peacefully. Master Qui-Gon Jinn, a tall and serene figure whose wisdom runs as deep as his compassion, accepts the mission with the calm acceptance of one who has dedicated his life to serving others. His unorthodox interpretations of the Jedi Code have sometimes brought him into conflict with the Council, but his dedication to the will of the Force remains absolute. His long hair streaked with gray, and his weathered features speak of decades spent in service to the galaxy's oppressed and forgotten. His former Padawan, now a full Jedi Knight, Obi-Wan Kenobi, accompanies him on this crucial mission. The younger man's dedication to the Jedi Code is absolute, his skills with a lightsaber matched only by his diplomatic abilities. His reddish-brown hair and precise beard frame, features that combine strength with compassion, while his blue eyes reflect the inner peace that comes from years of meditation and training. The relationship between master and former student has evolved into one of mutual respect and deep friendship, though Obi-Wan still defers to Qui-Gon's greater experience and wisdom. As their ship approaches the Trade Federation's command vessel, neither Jedi realizes that they are walking into a trap orchestrated by powers far beyond their current understanding. The dark side clouds everything, making it impossible for even the most skilled Force users to see clearly into the future. They sense disturbance, feel the tremors of destiny beginning to shake the foundations of the galaxy, but they cannot yet comprehend the magnitude of the events they are about to set in motion. The Trade Federation's flagship, a massive ring-shaped vessel that serves as both command center and droid control ship, bristles with defensive weapons and communication arrays. Its central sphere houses the computers that coordinate the actions of millions of battle droids across the galaxy, while its outer ring contains the manufacturing facilities that produce new mechanical soldiers at a rate that would terrify anyone who understood its true capacity. The ship's corridors echo with the mechanical footsteps of battle droids and the nervous chatter of Neimoidian officers who know they are embarking on a course of action that will either elevate them to unprecedented power or destroy them completely. The battle droids that greet the Jedi in the Trade Federation's conference room are not the simple security measures they appear to be. They are the instruments of a plan that has been centuries in the making, the first visible moves in a game of galactic chess that will consume worlds and reshape the very nature of civilization. When the battle droids raise their weapons and the red bolts of blaster fire fill the air, the Clone Wars begin in earnest, though none who witness these first shots will live to see their true conclusion. The Jedi's lightsabers ignite with their characteristic snap hiss, blue and green blades cutting through the mechanical enemies with elegant precision. Qui-Gon's fighting style flows like water, each movement economical and graceful, while Obi-Wan's technique displays the precision and power that mark him as one of the Order's most skilled swordsmen. The Force guides their actions, allowing them to deflect blaster bolts and anticipate their enemies' movements with supernatural accuracy. But even as they fight their way through corridors filled with battle droids, even as they demonstrate the power and skill that has made them legends throughout the galaxy, they remain unaware that every move they make, every decision they reach, serves the purposes of their hidden enemy. The escape to Naboo's surface brings them into contact with the Gungan people, the amphibious race that dwells in the planet's underwater cities. Boss Nass, leader of the Gungans, initially refuses to help the humans who have long ignored his people's existence. The ancient prejudices and misunderstandings between the two species threaten to prevent any cooperation, even in the face of mutual destruction. The Gungan leader's massive frame and imposing presence reflect the strength of his people, while his initial hostility toward the Jedi demonstrates the depth of the cultural divide that separates Naboo's two intelligent species. Yet it is here, in the swamps of Naboo, that the first seeds of unity begin to sprout, foreshadowing the alliances that will one day prove crucial to the galaxy's salvation. The meeting between Queen Amidala and Boss Nass, two leaders forced to overcome generations of mistrust in the face of existential threat, represents more than political necessity. It symbolizes the kind of cooperation that will be essential if the galaxy is to survive the dark times ahead. The Force moves mysteriously through all these events, guiding seemingly random encounters toward inevitable conclusions. It whispers of ancient prophecies and chosen ones, of balance that must be restored and destinies that must be fulfilled. As the first chapter of this epic tale unfolds, the galaxy balances on the edge of a knife, ready to fall into either glory or darkness, depending on the choices made by a handful of individuals. The second holocron pulses to life, its crystalline structure emanating a deeper shade of blue that seems to carry within it the weight of prophecy and the shadows of choices yet to be made. 10 years have passed since the events on Naboo, and the galaxy has transformed in ways both subtle and profound. The Trade Federation's defeat became merely the opening movement in a symphony of conflict that now threatens to tear the Republic apart at its very foundations. The Separatist crisis has reached a boiling point that few could have imagined during those seemingly peaceful days following the Battle of Naboo. Thousands of star systems have begun to question the Republic's authority, their grievances ranging from excessive taxation to inadequate representation in the Galactic Senate. What began as isolated protests and political demonstrations has evolved into a coordinated movement that threatens to shatter the unity that has held the galaxy together for over 1,000 years. Count Dooku, once a respected Jedi Master who sat on the Council itself, now stands as the public face of this growing rebellion. His aristocratic bearing and cultured voice lend an air of legitimacy to the Separatist cause, while his intimate knowledge of the Republic's weaknesses makes him a formidable opponent. Few know that the Count has fallen to the dark side. Fewer still suspect that he serves as apprentice to the same mysterious Sith Lord who orchestrated the Naboo crisis a decade earlier. The former Jedi's lightsaber, its curved hilt reflecting his preference for the elegant dueling style of Form 2, now glows with the crimson fire of the Sith. His transformation from Guardian of Peace to Architect of War represents one of the greatest tragedies in Jedi history, though the full scope of his fall will not be understood until it is far too late to prevent the catastrophe he helps to orchestrate. On Coruscant, the galactic capital has become a cauldron of political intrigue and barely contained violence. The Senate chambers, once filled with the reasonable discourse of Democratic representatives, now echo with angry accusations and demands for immediate action. Senator Padme Amidala, the former Queen of Naboo, has emerged as one of the most vocal opponents of the Military Creation Act, a proposal that would grant the Republic its first official army in over 1,000 years. Her apartment in the upper levels of Coruscant's residential district has become a fortress, its elegant rooms now patrolled by security personnel who remain constantly vigilant for signs of threat. The young senator's beauty has matured into a graceful elegance that commands respect throughout the galaxy, while her political acumen has earned her both devoted allies and dangerous enemies. Her elaborate wardrobe, each outfit carefully chosen to convey specific messages to her political opponents, conceals the strength of a woman who has faced down armies and emerged victorious. The assassination attempts against her life have become increasingly bold and sophisticated, each failure leading to more desperate measures from her unknown enemies. The poisonous Kuhuns that infiltrate her bedroom represent only the latest in a series of attempts to silence her voice permanently. Her death would remove one of the last obstacles to the Republic's militarization, clearing the way for the transformation that the hidden Sith Lord has spent decades planning. Anakin Skywalker, now 20 years old and nearing the completion of his Jedi training, has grown into a young man whose power in the Force exceeds even the most optimistic projections of his potential. His abilities with a lightsaber border on the supernatural, his construction skills have evolved to encompass technologies that even experienced engineers find difficult to understand, and his piloting talents have become legendary throughout the Jedi Order. Yet beneath his impressive achievements lies a turbulent emotional landscape that threatens to undermine everything he has worked to accomplish. His relationship with his master, Obi-Wan Kenobi, has become increasingly strained as the young Padawan chafes against the restrictions of Jedi training and philosophy. The patient wisdom that Obi-Wan offers feels like unnecessary limitation to a young man who believes his exceptional abilities exempt him from the ordinary rules that govern other Jedi. Their conversations, once filled with the easy camaraderie of teacher and student, now carry undertones of frustration and disappointment that neither can fully address. The nightmares that plague Anakin's sleep have grown more vivid and disturbing with each passing night. Visions of his mother, suffering in agony on Tatooine, torment him, her cries for help echoing through his dreams with an intensity that makes rest impossible. The Jedi Code forbids attachment, yet the bond between mother and son proves stronger than any philosophical doctrine. His inability to help her, his forced acceptance of her continued slavery, creates a growing resentment that feeds the darkness within his heart. Obi-Wan, now a full Jedi Master, whose wisdom and skill have earned him recognition throughout the Order, struggles to guide his Padawan through the treacherous emotional waters that surround the young man's development. His own experiences as Qui-Gon's apprentice taught him the importance of following the will of the Force, yet he cannot shake the feeling that his former master's unorthodox methods might have been better suited to training someone of Anakin's unique nature. The investigation into the assassination attempts against Senator Amidala leads the two Jedi into the murky underworld of Coruscant's lower levels, where criminals and outcasts exist in the shadows cast by the towering spires of the city planet's elite districts. The neon-lit cantinas and gambling dens of this hidden world provide sanctuary for beings who profit from the Republic's growing instability, their services available to anyone with sufficient credits and flexible morals. Zam Wesell, the shape-shifting bounty hunter responsible for the latest attempt on Padmé's life, represents the new breed of criminal that has emerged during the Republic's decline. Her ability to alter her appearance at will makes her the perfect assassin, while her partnership with Gango Fett, the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy, ensures that her missions are planned with military precision. Her death in the Coruscant speeder chase eliminates a crucial link in the conspiracy, but not before she provides a clue that will lead the Jedi toward discoveries that will shake the foundations of their understanding. The mysterious dart that kills Zam Wesell bears the markings of Kamino, a planet that has been erased from the Jedi archives with surgical precision. The discovery of this deletion sends shockwaves through the temple, as the archives have been maintained for thousands of years without any record of such tampering. Only a Jedi would have the knowledge and access necessary to remove information so completely, suggesting that the conspiracy against the Republic extends into the very heart of the Order itself. Obi-Wan's journey to Kamino reveals the existence of a secret clone army that has been under construction for nearly a decade. The ocean planet's endless storms and towering cities represent the perfect hiding place for the Republic's most classified project, while the Kaminoan scientists who created the clone soldiers possess genetic engineering skills that surpass anything previously seen in the galaxy. Their tall, graceful forms and precise movements reflect the clinical perfection they have bred into their creations. The clone troopers themselves represent a revolutionary approach to military organization, their genetic modifications ensuring absolute loyalty and enhanced combat effectiveness. Each soldier shares the face of Jango Fett, the template chosen for his superior fighting abilities and lack of emotional attachment. Their armor, gleaming white with blue markings that denote rank and specialization, transforms them into an imposing force that could rival any army in galactic history. Jango Fett, the man whose genetic code has been duplicated millions of times, proves to be far more than a simple template for the clone army. His presence on Kamino reveals his role as both genetic donor and trainer, his combat expertise helping to shape the soldiers who will soon fight across the galaxy. His Mandalorian armor, scarred by countless battles and enhanced with weapon systems that make him a match for any Jedi, marks him as a warrior from a proud tradition that values honor and skill above all else. His son Boba, an unaltered clone who ages at a normal rate, represents Jango's payment for his services to the Kaminoans. The boy's education in the ways of warfare and survival ensures that the Fett legacy will continue beyond his father's inevitable death, while his genetic perfection guarantees that he will surpass even Jango's considerable abilities. The relationship between father and son, built on shared experiences of combat and survival, creates a bond that transcends the simple genetics of their connection. Meanwhile, on Tatooine, Anakin's return to his homeworld after a decade of absence fills him with a mixture of anticipation and dread that threatens to overwhelm his Jedi training. The desert planet has changed little during his years away, its twin suns still blazing mercilessly across endless dunes, while moisture farmers struggle to extract water from the unforgiving environment. The familiar sights and sounds of his childhood home awaken memories that he has tried desperately to suppress, emotions that the Jedi Code demands he release, but which his heart refuses to abandon. Watter's junk shop has expanded somewhat during the intervening years, though the Toydarian's gambling habits have prevented him from achieving the prosperity that his business acumen might otherwise have guaranteed. His recognition of his former slave comes slowly, the years having changed the small boy into a tall, confident young man whose presence radiates power and authority. The reunion between former owner and former property carries an awkwardness that neither can fully address, their past relationship now complicated by Anakin's transformation into one of the galaxy's most powerful warriors. The news of his mother's fate strikes Anakin like a physical blow, the revelation that she has been captured by Tusken Raiders, filling him with a rage that burns hotter than Tatooine's twin suns. Shimmer's marriage to Cliegg Lars, a moisture farmer who purchased her freedom before making her his wife, represents the life of peace and security that Anakin had dreamed of providing for her. The discovery that happiness had finally found her, only to be torn away by the brutal nomads of the deep desert, transforms his grief into something far more dangerous. The Lars Moisture Farm, with its underground chambers and moisture vaporators, represents the kind of simple, honest life that Anakin might have led had the Force not marked him for a different destiny. Owen Lars, his new stepbrother, greets the young Jedi with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, sensing the barely controlled power that radiates from the young man like heat from a forge. Beru, Owen's girlfriend, recognizes the pain in Anakin's eyes and offers what comfort she can, though nothing can ease the anguish that threatens to consume him. The rescue mission to the Tusken Raider camp becomes a journey into the heart of darkness itself, as Anakin's grief and rage combine with his unprecedented power to create a weapon of terrifying destruction. The Sand People's traditional weapons and primitive tactics prove useless against a Jedi whose connection to the Force has been amplified by emotional trauma beyond anything his training prepared him to handle. His lightsaber cuts through their ranks like a scythe through grain, while his mastery of the Force allows him to strike down enemies at distances that would challenge even experienced masters. The slaughter of the Tusken Raiders, including the women and children who had no part in his mother's capture, represents Anakin's first true step toward the dark side. The act violates every principle of the Jedi Code, yet the satisfaction it brings him feels more real and honest than any lesson he learned in the Temple's meditation chambers. His confession to Padme, delivered through tears of rage and self-loathing, reveals the depth of his transformation and the impossibility of returning to the innocent farm boy he once was. Shmi's funeral, conducted according to the simple customs of Tatooine's settlers, becomes a moment of profound transformation for her son. As he watches her crude coffin disappear beneath the desert sand, Anakin feels the last vestiges of his childhood die with her. The vows he makes over her grave, promises of power and protection that no single being should attempt to fulfill, set him on a path that will eventually lead to the galaxy's domination by the very darkness he believes he is fighting against. The romance between Anakin and Padme, which has been building since their reunion on Coruscant, reaches its full flowering amid the pristine beauty of Naboo's lake country. Their retreat to the senator's family villa provides a sanctuary from the political chaos that threatens to consume the galaxy, while the peaceful meadows and crystal-clear waters create an environment where love can flourish away from the prying eyes of the Republic's intelligence services. Padme's internal struggle between her duty to the Republic and her growing feelings for the young Jedi creates a tension that she finds increasingly difficult to resolve. Her position as senator requires her to remain above personal attachments, while her understanding of galactic politics makes her acutely aware of the dangers that a relationship with a Jedi would entail. Yet the strength and passion that Anakin displays, combined with his obvious devotion to her welfare, awaken emotions that she has spent years suppressing in service to her political career. Their conversations conducted in the gardens overlooking Naboo's most beautiful lake reveal the depth of their connection and the tragedy that their forbidden love represents. Anakin's admission that he has thought of her every day since their parting on Naboo 10 years earlier demonstrates the impossibility of his situation, while Padme's acknowledgement of her own feelings seals both their fates in ways that neither can fully comprehend. The discovery of the droid factories on Geonosis transforms the political crisis into open warfare, as the true scope of the separatist threat becomes apparent to the Republic's leadership. The insectoid planet's vast industrial complexes, hidden beneath its rocky surface, have been producing battle droids at a rate that dwarfs anything seen during the Naboo crisis. The mechanical armies that emerge from these facilities represent not just a military threat, but a challenge to the very concept of organic life as the dominant force in galactic civilization. The Geonosian species, with their caste-based society and natural affinity for manufacturing, have allied themselves with the separatists in exchange for protection and profitable contracts. Their hive-like cities, carved from the living rock of their homeworld, buzz with the constant activity of workers who toil endlessly to meet the demands of their new partners. The arena where captured enemies are fed to savage beasts represents the violent nature of their culture, while their advanced technology demonstrates their value as allies in the coming conflict. Count Dooku's revelation of the Republic's corruption, delivered to his captive Obi-Wan in the depths of the Geonosian prison, contains enough truth to make his lies particularly dangerous. His description of the Senate's inefficiency and the Jedi's blind loyalty to a corrupt system resonates with criticisms that even loyal Republic citizens have begun to voice. His offer of alliance, presented as a chance to restore order to the galaxy, conceals the true nature of his Sith allegiance while appealing to the idealistic impulses that drive many of his followers. The execution arena on Geonosis becomes the stage for the opening battle of the Clone Wars as the massive Colosseum fills with bloodthirsty spectators eager to witness the deaths of the Republic's champions. The three massive creatures released to kill the prisoners represent different aspects of the violence that will soon engulf the galaxy, their savage hunger mirroring the hatred that has begun to consume entire star systems. The arrival of the clone army transforms certain defeat into unexpected victory, as the white armored soldiers descend from their assault ships like avenging angels. Their coordinated tactics and superior firepower quickly turn the tide of battle, while their absolute loyalty to the Republic ensures that they will follow orders regardless of the personal cost. The Battle of Geonosis becomes the first test of their combat effectiveness, proving that the Kaminoan scientists have succeeded in creating the perfect soldiers. The lightsaber duel between Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Count Dooku in the depths of the Geonosian stronghold represents more than a simple combat between opposing forces. It symbolizes the generational conflict that will define the coming war, as the old guard of the Jedi Order faces off against the new breed of dark side warriors. Dooku's mastery of Form 2 lightsaber combat, refined through decades of practice, proves superior to the younger Jedi's strength and enthusiasm, while his knowledge of their techniques allows him to anticipate their attacks with deadly precision. Anakin's loss of his right hand to Dooku's lightsaber serves as both a physical and symbolic wound, marking the beginning of his transformation into something more machine than man. The cybernetic replacement that will soon be fitted to his severed limb represents the first step in a process that will eventually consume his entire body, while the pain and humiliation of his defeat feed the anger that drives him toward the dark side. The arrival of Master Yoda, the ancient Jedi whose power has become legendary throughout the galaxy, shifts the balance of the duel in favor of the light side. His diminutive stature conceals strength that defies physical laws, while his centuries of experience allow him to counter Dooku's attacks with techniques that the fallen Jedi had forgotten existed. The lightsaber battle between former colleagues becomes a tragic reminder of how far the galaxy has fallen, as two beings who once fought side by side now seek each other's destruction. The secret wedding ceremony between Anakin and Padme, conducted in the gardens of Naboo under the gentle light of the planet's moon, represents both the triumph of love over adversity and the beginning of a tragedy that will consume them both. Their vows, spoken in the ancient language of the Naboo, bind them together in ways that transcend the political and religious obligations that would normally prevent such a union. The knowledge that their marriage must remain secret adds an element of danger to their happiness, while the certainty that discovery would destroy both their careers lends urgency to their stolen moments together. The Clone Wars have begun, and with them the final chapter of the Republic's 1,000-year reign. The galaxy that once knew peace now trembles on the brink of a conflict that will reshape the very nature of civilization, while the heroes who might have prevented this catastrophe find themselves trapped by circumstances beyond their control. The choices made in these crucial moments will echo through the generations, determining whether the galaxy will find its way back to the light or fall forever into darkness. As the second holocron's glow begins to fade, you sense that the true tragedy of this tale has only just begun. The threads of fate have been woven together with such precision that no single action can now prevent the catastrophe that approaches. The galaxy stands balanced on the edge of an abyss, and the slightest push in either direction will determine the fate of countless worlds and the beings who inhabit them. The third holocron awakens with a pulse of deeper cerulean light, its crystalline facets reflecting the complexities of a galaxy consumed by war. The Clone Wars have erupted across thousands of star systems, transforming the Republic from a beacon of peace into a desperate military alliance, struggling to survive against overwhelming odds. What began as a political crisis has evolved into the bloodiest conflict in galactic history, its battles raging from the core worlds to the unknown regions. The Republic's transformation into a war machine has been swift and absolute, its peaceful institutions replaced by military hierarchies that coordinate the movements of millions of clone troopers across countless battlefields. The Jedi Order, once a small group of peacekeepers who resolved disputes through negotiation and wisdom, has become a military organization commanding vast armies in campaigns that span entire sectors. The irony of warrior monks leading soldiers into battle is not lost on the more thoughtful masters, yet the demands of survival leave little time for philosophical contemplation. Chancellor Palpatine, granted emergency powers by a Senate desperate for strong leadership, has orchestrated the Republic's militarization with a skill that amazes even his closest advisors. His public appearances, marked by stirring speeches about duty and sacrifice, rally the galaxy's citizens to support a war effort that grows more expensive and desperate with each passing month. His private meetings with military commanders and industrial leaders reveal a strategic mind that seems to anticipate every move the enemy makes, though none suspect that his perfect knowledge comes from his secret role as the conflict's true architect. The clone troopers, bred for absolute loyalty and enhanced combat effectiveness, have proven themselves worthy of the Republic's trust in battle after battle. Their distinctive white armor, designed for maximum protection and intimidation, has become synonymous with the Republic's military might. Each trooper shares the face of Jango Fett, yet their individual personalities have begun to emerge despite their genetic similarity. The bonds they form with their Jedi generals and with each other demonstrate that even artificial beings can develop the capacity for loyalty, courage, and sacrifice. Captain Rex, serving under Anakin Skywalker's command, embodies the finest qualities of the clone army. His customized armor, marked with blue trim that denotes his rank and unit affiliation, bears the scars of countless engagements across the galaxy. His tactical expertise and unwavering loyalty to his general have made him one of the most respected officers in the Grand Army of the Republic. The mutual respect between Rex and Anakin demonstrates the kind of partnership that has become essential to the Republic's survival. Commander Cody, serving alongside Obi-Wan Kenobi, represents the ideal of clone leadership. His orange-marked armor and distinctive helmet design reflect his role as a specialist in siege warfare and planetary assault operations. His calm demeanor and strategic thinking complement Obi-Wan's diplomatic approach to military command, creating a partnership that has achieved victory in some of the war's most challenging campaigns. The trust between clone and Jedi has become one of the Republic's greatest strengths, though this bond will ultimately prove to be its most devastating weakness. Anakin Skywalker, now promoted to Jedi Knight and given command of his own clone legion, has become the Republic's most celebrated military hero. His unorthodox tactics and supernatural piloting skills have earned him the nickname the Hero with No Fear, while his genuine concern for the welfare of his troops has inspired devotion that extends far beyond simple military discipline. His custom starfighter, modified with improvements that push its performance beyond factory specifications, has become as famous as its pilot throughout the galaxy. The young Jedi's marriage to Padme Amidala remains their most closely guarded secret, their stolen moments together providing the only respite from the constant pressure of war. Their apartments on Coruscant, carefully chosen for their privacy and security, become sanctuaries where they can drop the masks they wear in public and simply be husband and wife. The knowledge that discovery would destroy both their careers adds intensity to their relationship, while the constant separation required by their duties creates strains that threaten to tear them apart. Padme's role as senator has evolved to encompass oversight of the war effort, her committee work focusing on the logistical challenges of supplying armies across the galaxy. Her public opposition to many of the Republic's more extreme military measures has made her a target for criticism from war hawks, who view her humanitarian concerns as weakness. Her private meetings with refugee organizations and medical relief groups reveal a woman trying to maintain her moral compass in a galaxy where compassion has become a luxury few can afford. Obi-Wan Kenobi, now a general in the Grand Army of the Republic, has adapted to his military role with the same dedication he once brought to diplomatic missions. His reputation as the negotiator has taken on new meaning in a context where negotiation often involves the strategic placement of artillery rather than the careful choice of words. His relationship with Anakin, complicated by the younger Jedi's elevation to independent command, has evolved into something approaching partnership between equals, though Obi-Wan's concern for his former Padawan's emotional state continues to grow. The Master's own struggles with the demands of war remain carefully hidden beneath his composed exterior. The weight of command, the necessity of making decisions that will result in the deaths of thousands, challenges every principle of the Jedi Code that he has spent his life studying. His private meditations, conducted in the brief moments between battles, reveal a man trying to find balance between his duty to the Republic and his commitment to the Force. Ahsoka Tano, assigned as Anakin's Padawan learner, brings a fresh perspective to the darkening galaxy. Her youth and enthusiasm serve as a counterpoint to the cynicism that has begun to affect even the most dedicated Jedi, while her Togruta heritage provides her with natural abilities that complement her master's unorthodox teaching methods. Her distinctive blue and white headtails mark her as a member of a species known for their strong connection to the Force, while her shortened lightsabers reflect her preference for the aggressive combat style that Anakin has taught her. The relationship between Master and Padawan develops against the backdrop of constant warfare, their training sessions interrupted by emergency deployments and their philosophical discussions conducted in the corridors of military transports. Ahsoka's presence in Anakin's life provides him with someone to protect and guide, awakening paternal instincts that help to balance the darker impulses that the war has strengthened within him. Her irreverent humor and casual disregard for protocol serve as valuable reminders that the Jedi Order's true purpose extends beyond military victory. The Siege of Ryloth demonstrates the Republic's growing military sophistication as combined arms tactics and multi-species cooperation achieve victory against seemingly impossible odds. The Twi'lek homeworld's liberation becomes a symbol of the Republic's commitment to protecting its member species, while the massive space battle that precedes the ground assault showcases the technological advances that have emerged from the conflict's demands. The sight of Republic Star Destroyers engaging separatist battleships above the planet's surface creates a spectacle that would have been unimaginable during the Republic's peaceful years. Mace Windu, whose mastery of Form 7 lightsaber combat makes him one of the Order's most formidable warriors, has embraced his role as a military commander with characteristic intensity. His ability to channel his emotions through the dangerous Vapid fighting style allows him to defeat opponents who might overwhelm other Jedi, while his strategic mind has proven invaluable in planning complex operations across multiple star systems. His growing suspicion of Chancellor Palpatine's motives reflects the political awareness that has made him one of the Council's most influential members. The liberation of various worlds has become a routine that masks the deeper tragedy of the conflict. Each victory requires tremendous sacrifice, while each defeat results in the enslavement or destruction of entire populations. The Republic's forces move from battle to battle with mechanical precision, their clone troopers adapted to fighting in environments ranging from Arctic wastelands to molten volcanic landscapes. The diversity of the galaxy's worlds ensures that no single tactical approach can guarantee success, forcing commanders to develop new strategies for each engagement. The Battle of Christophsis showcases the evolution of siege warfare in the modern galaxy, as massive artillery pieces and energy shields transform urban environments into deadly mazes where conventional tactics prove inadequate. The crystal formations that give the planet its name create unique challenges for military engineers, while the civilian population trapped within the city requires careful consideration of collateral damage. The successful defense of the planet demonstrates the Republic's growing expertise in combined arms operations, though the cost in clone trooper lives continues to mount with each engagement. The Second Battle of Geonosis reveals the true scope of the droid manufacturing capability that threatens to overwhelm the Republic's forces through sheer numbers. The factory complexes, rebuilt and expanded since their initial destruction, now produce battle droids at a rate that defies comprehension. The underground chambers where these mechanical soldiers are assembled stretch for kilometers beneath the planet's surface, their conveyor belts carrying an endless stream of weapons and armor to assembly points where artificial intelligence is installed in metallic bodies. The Geonosian Queen's massive form, supported by thousands of worker drones, represents the collective intelligence that guides the planet's industrial output. Her telepathic connection to her subjects allows for coordination that surpasses anything organic armies can achieve, while her understanding of Republic tactics enables her to adapt production schedules to counter new strategic developments. The battle to destroy her underground stronghold requires tactics that push both Jedi and clone troopers to their absolute limits. The discovery of the brain worms that control captured Republic personnel introduces a horror element to the conflict that threatens to undermine morale throughout the clone army. The sight of trusted comrades turned into mindless puppets serves as a reminder that the enemy possesses weapons that go beyond conventional military hardware. The successful treatment of infected personnel demonstrates the Republic's medical capabilities, though the psychological impact of the incident continues to affect those who witnessed it. The Malevolence Crisis showcases the technological arms race that has emerged from the conflict's demands, as both sides develop increasingly devastating weapons systems. The massive Separatist battleship, armed with ion cannons capable of disabling entire fleets, represents the kind of superweapon that could potentially end the war through technological superiority. The Republic's response, involving desperate tactics and heroic sacrifice, demonstrates the kind of improvisation that has become essential to survival in an era of rapid technological change. Admiral Yularen, whose strategic expertise has made him one of the Republic Navy's most valuable officers, exemplifies the kind of military professionalism that has emerged from the conflict. His ability to coordinate fleet movements across multiple star systems while maintaining supply lines that span thousands of light-years showcases the logistical sophistication that modern warfare demands. His partnership with Anakin Skywalker, despite their different approaches to military command, has resulted in some of the Republic's most spectacular victories. The Citadel mission represents the kind of specialized operation that has become increasingly common as the war progresses. The rescue of captured Republic intelligence officers from an impregnable Separatist prison requires techniques that push the boundaries of conventional military doctrine. The fortress itself, designed specifically to hold force-sensitive prisoners, incorporates countermeasures that neutralize many of the advantages that Jedi normally possess in combat situations. The death of Master Even Piel during the mission serves as a reminder that even the most skilled Jedi are not invulnerable to the dangers of war. His sacrifice to protect crucial intelligence about hyperspace routes demonstrates the kind of heroism that has become commonplace during the conflict, while his final words about the importance of the information he died to protect highlight the strategic complexities that define modern warfare. The siege of Mandalore approaches as the war nears its climax, representing both the Republic's growing military capabilities and the personal stakes that have developed between the conflict's major figures. The ancient warrior planet's political situation has become increasingly unstable, with different factions supporting various sides in the galactic conflict. The presence of Darth Maul, somehow returned from apparent death, adds a personal dimension to the strategic importance of the planet's allegiance. Ahsoka's involvement in the Mandalore operation reflects her evolution from enthusiastic Padawan to skilled military commander, while her growing independence from traditional Jedi doctrine foreshadows the choices she will soon be forced to make. Her relationship with Bo-Katan Kryze, leader of the Mandalorian resistance, demonstrates the kind of cross-cultural cooperation that has become essential to the Republic's survival. The gradual revelation of Order 66's existence within the Clone Army's programming represents the most carefully hidden aspect of the entire conflict. The inhibitor chips implanted in every clone trooper's brain during the Camino production process contain detailed instructions for the elimination of Jedi commanders when the appropriate signal is received. The discovery of this programming by a few isolated individuals has been quickly suppressed, ensuring that the vast majority of Jedi remain unaware of the trap that has been prepared for them. The relationship between the clone troopers and their Jedi commanders has deepened into genuine friendship and mutual respect, making the eventual betrayal even more tragic. The sight of Rex removing his helmet to reveal tears as he struggles against his programming demonstrates the human cost of the conspiracy that has manipulated the entire conflict. The knowledge that these loyal soldiers will be transformed into unwilling assassins adds a layer of tragedy to every interaction between Jedi and clones. The war's impact on civilian populations has been devastating, with entire star systems transformed into refugee camps as populations flee advancing armies. The Republic's efforts to provide humanitarian relief have been hampered by the demands of military operations, while the separatist forces have shown little concern for non-combatant casualties. The images of destroyed cities and displaced families serve as constant reminders of the conflict's true cost. The Jedi Order's transformation from peacekeepers to military commanders has fundamentally altered its nature, with many masters expressing concern about the long-term consequences of their new role. The younger generation of Jedi, trained during wartime, has developed a more pragmatic approach to the use of violence, while the older masters struggle to maintain their connection to the Force amid the constant demands of battle. The temple's halls, once filled with the sounds of meditation and study, now echo with the discussions of military strategy and tactical planning. The economic impact of the war has been equally dramatic, with entire sectors of the galaxy's economy converted to military production. The massive shipyards that once produced civilian vessels now focus exclusively on warships, while agricultural worlds have been transformed into supply depots for the clone army. The financial strain of maintaining such a vast military force has pushed the Republic to the brink of bankruptcy, though Chancellor Palpatine's emergency powers have allowed him to implement economic measures that would have been impossible during peacetime. The intelligence war being fought behind the scenes has become increasingly sophisticated, with both sides developing new methods of gathering and protecting crucial information. The Republic's intelligence services, expanded dramatically since the war's beginning, now employ techniques that would have been considered unthinkable during the Republic's peaceful years. The moral compromises required by this shadow war have created ethical dilemmas that challenge the principles upon which the Republic was founded. As the Clone Wars reach their crescendo, the stage is set for the final confrontation that will determine the galaxy's future. The pieces have been carefully positioned by the conflict's true architect, with each move calculated to achieve maximum chaos and destruction. The Republic's military strength, built through years of sacrifice and dedication, will soon be turned against itself in a betrayal that will echo through the ages. The third holocron's light begins to dim, its stored memories of this tragic era finally exhausted. The war that began with such hope and determination has become a catalyst for transformation that will reshape the galaxy in ways that no one could have predicted. The heroes who fought so bravely for peace and justice will soon discover that they have been unwitting participants in their own destruction, their victories serving only to strengthen the very enemy they sought to defeat. The fourth holocron ignites with a crimson glow that seems to pulse with the heartbeat of destiny itself, its light carrying within it the weight of prophecy fulfilled and hope transformed into nightmare. The Clone Wars have reached their climactic crescendo, and the galaxy stands poised on the precipice of transformation that will echo through the ages. The Republic, battered by 3 years of relentless warfare, clings to survival through the heroic efforts of its clone armies and Jedi commanders, unaware that their greatest victory will become the instrument of their ultimate destruction. The Battle of Coruscant rages in the space above the galactic capital, its intensity dwarfing every previous engagement of the war. Massive star destroyers exchange devastating volleys with separatist battleships, their turbo-laser batteries painting the void with streams of emerald and crimson death. The sight of enemy vessels in orbit around the Republic's most sacred world represents a failure of imagination that few could have contemplated when the conflict began. The city-planet's population, numbering in the trillions, watches in terror as burning wreckage falls like meteors through the atmosphere, each piece of debris representing the dreams and aspirations of a civilization under siege. General Grievous, the cybernetic commander of the separatist droid armies, has orchestrated this assault with the precision of a master tactician and the ruthlessness of a being who has transcended the limitations of organic existence. His fusion of alien biology and mechanical enhancement has created a warrior whose combat abilities rival those of the most skilled Jedi, while his 4 lightsaber-wielding arms allow him to engage multiple opponents simultaneously. The distinctive cough that punctuates his speech serves as a reminder of the organic components that remain within his largely mechanical frame, a final vestige of the being he once was before his transformation into an instrument of destruction. The Supreme Chancellor's apparent capture aboard the Separatist flagship represents both a crisis and an opportunity for the Republic's military leadership. Palpatine's presence at the heart of enemy territory provides the perfect justification for a rescue mission that will place the Republic's most skilled warriors in precisely the position required for the next phase of his carefully orchestrated plan. His performance as a helpless prisoner, complete with signs of torture and appeals for salvation, demonstrates the acting skills that have allowed him to maintain his dual identity throughout the war. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, flying their customized starfighters through the chaos of the space battle, exemplify the partnership that has made them legends throughout the galaxy. Their synchronization in combat, developed through years of shared danger and mutual trust, allows them to navigate the deadly maze of laser fire and exploding ships with supernatural grace. Anakin's piloting skills, enhanced by his connection to the Force and his intuitive understanding of mechanical systems, enable him to perform maneuvers that would be impossible for any ordinary pilot. The interior of the Separatist flagship reveals the true scope of the technological advantages that have kept the droid armies competitive, despite their lack of organic creativity. The corridors bustle with the activities of countless battle droids, their mechanical voices coordinating defensive measures with the efficiency that only artificial intelligence can provide. The ship's massive superstructure, designed to house thousands of droid fighters and their supporting equipment, represents the industrial capacity that has made the Separatist cause a credible threat to the Republic's survival. Count Dooku, awaiting the arrival of the Jedi rescue team in the ship's observation deck, prepares for what he knows will be his final confrontation with the enemies of the Sith. His elegant surroundings, decorated with artifacts from across the galaxy, reflect the cultured tastes of a being who has spent decades accumulating knowledge and power. The curved lightsaber that rests at his side represents not just a weapon, but a symbol of the sophisticated fighting style that has made him one of the most dangerous opponents the Jedi have ever faced. The lightsaber duel that erupts between the Sith Lord and the 2 Jedi represents more than a simple combat between opposing forces. It embodies the philosophical conflict that has driven the war, with the Sith's embrace of passion and power confronting the Jedi's commitment to peace and restraint. Dooku's mastery of Form 2 combat, refined through decades of practice and enhanced by his connection to the dark side, allows him to hold his own against both opponents despite the numerical disadvantage. Obi-Wan's defeat and temporary incapacitation leaves Anakin to face the Sith Lord alone, creating the confrontation that Palpatine has orchestrated with such careful precision. The young Jedi's rage at seeing his master injured combines with his growing power to create a warrior whose abilities exceed even his own understanding. The ferocity of his attack, fueled by emotions that the Jedi Code forbids but which the dark side amplifies, overwhelms Dooku's defenses and creates an opening that proves fatal. The moment when Anakin's lightsaber severs Dooku's hands represents a turning point that extends far beyond the immediate tactical situation. The Count's expression of shock and betrayal as he realizes that his master has abandoned him to serve a larger purpose provides the first hint of the ruthless pragmatism that drives the Sith agenda. His death, executed at Palpatine's urging while the Separatist leader kneels helpless before his captor, marks Anakin's first step across the line that separates the light from the darkness. The rescue of Chancellor Palpatine from the crashing Separatist flagship demonstrates the kind of heroism that has made the Jedi legends throughout the galaxy. Their escape, accomplished through a combination of skill, luck, and supernatural intervention, provides the Republic with a propaganda victory that overshadows the strategic implications of the enemy's successful assault on Coruscant. The sight of the burning flagship falling toward the planet's surface becomes a symbol of the Republic's resilience and the Jedi's unwavering dedication to protecting innocent life. The revelation of Padmé's pregnancy introduces a personal dimension to the galactic conflict that threatens to overwhelm Anakin's already fragile emotional state. The knowledge that he will become a father fills him with joy and terror in equal measure, while the medical droid's casual mention of twins adds complexity to a situation that already challenges every aspect of his Jedi training. The secret apartment where this revelation occurs, with its carefully chosen decorations and privacy systems, represents the hidden life that the couple has built together amid the chaos of war. The nightmares that begin to plague Anakin's sleep carry the same intensity as his earlier visions of his mother's suffering, their vividness suggesting that the Force itself is warning him of approaching tragedy. The images of Padmé dying in childbirth, her life slipping away despite his desperate efforts to save her, create a terror that consumes his waking thoughts and drives him to seek solutions that exist beyond the boundaries of Jedi philosophy. The similarity between these dreams and his earlier prophetic visions lends them a credibility that makes rational analysis impossible. The attack on the Jedi Temple represents the culmination of a plan that has been developing for over a decade, its execution requiring precise timing and absolute ruthlessness. The 501st Legion, Anakin's own clone troops who have followed him through countless battles, march through the sacred halls with the mechanical precision that has made them the Republic's most effective military unit. Their blue-marked armor, once a symbol of hope and protection, now serves as the uniform of conquest and destruction. The younglings who encounter Anakin in the Temple's training chambers represent the future of the Jedi Order, their innocent faces reflecting the trust and admiration that the young have always shown for their protectors. Their question about the meaning of the attack, delivered with the simple directness that characterizes childhood, highlights the incomprehensible nature of the betrayal that is unfolding around them. The ignition of his lightsaber in response to their trust marks the moment when Anakin Skywalker truly dies and Darth Vader is born. Master Yoda, meditating in the Jedi Council chambers when the disturbance in the Force reaches its peak, experiences the deaths of hundreds of his former students as physical blows that threaten to overwhelm even his ancient strength. The connection between all living things, which has been a source of comfort and guidance throughout his long life, now carries the anguish of an entire order's destruction. His immediate understanding of the magnitude of the betrayal demonstrates the wisdom that has made him the Order's most revered teacher, while his ability to continue functioning despite the emotional trauma shows the inner strength that has sustained him through 9 centuries of service. The execution of Order 66 across the galaxy represents the most successful military operation in recorded history, its coordination and efficiency surpassing anything previously achieved by organic or artificial intelligence. The clone troopers who have fought beside their Jedi commanders for years activate their inhibitor chips with the mechanical precision of programmed responses, their personal relationships with their targets overridden by genetic conditioning that proves stronger than friendship or loyalty. Commander Cody's targeting of Obi-Wan Kenobi during the assault on Utapau demonstrates the personal tragedy that underlies the strategic success of the operation. The mutual respect and genuine affection that had developed between the clone commander and the Jedi general evaporates in an instant, replaced by the cold efficiency of a soldier following orders. The sight of Obi-Wan's apparent death, falling from his mount into the depths of the planet's canyon system, provides Cody with no satisfaction, though his programming prevents him from experiencing the grief that would normally accompany such a loss. The survival of a handful of Jedi Masters through luck, skill, or the intervention of loyal clone troopers creates seeds of hope that will eventually grow into the foundation of future resistance. Master Yoda's escape from Kashyyyk, aided by the Wookiee warriors who have learned to respect his wisdom, demonstrates the kind of cross-species cooperation that has sustained the Republic through 3 years of warfare. The loyalty of Chewbacca and his companions, who risk their lives to protect the small Jedi Master, reflects the personal bonds that transcend military hierarchy and political affiliation. The transformation of the Galactic Republic into the First Galactic Empire takes place in the Senate chamber, where democracy has been practiced for over 1,000 years. Palpatine's speech, delivered with the theatrical flair that has made him a master of political manipulation, presents the constitutional changes as necessary responses to the Jedi Rebellion and the ongoing separatist threat. The thunderous applause that greets his announcement of the Empire's formation demonstrates the extent to which fear and exhaustion have eroded the Republic's democratic traditions. The irony of liberty dying to thunderous applause, as observed by Padme in her senatorial box, encapsulates the tragedy of a civilization that has willingly surrendered its freedoms in exchange for the promise of security. Her tears, falling silently as she witnesses the destruction of everything she has spent her life defending, represent the mourning of all who understand that the galaxy has entered a new and darker age. The knowledge that her husband has played a crucial role in this transformation adds personal betrayal to the political catastrophe unfolding before her eyes. The duel between Obi-Wan and Anakin on the volcanic world of Mustafar represents the ultimate expression of the philosophical conflict that has driven the war. The molten rivers and active lava flows that surround their battle create an environment that mirrors the emotional intensity of their confrontation, while the industrial complex where they fight symbolizes the technological forces that have shaped their destinies. The sight of former friends attempting to kill each other with lightsabers charged with opposing energies provides a visceral representation of the galaxy's division. Anakin's transformation into Darth Vader, both physical and spiritual, reaches its completion as the lava flows consume his body and the dark side consumes his soul. The extent of his injuries, requiring the replacement of most of his organic components with mechanical alternatives, serves as a physical manifestation of the spiritual corruption that has already taken place. The breathing apparatus that will sustain his damaged lungs for the remainder of his life creates the distinctive sound that will become synonymous with fear throughout the galaxy. The birth of Luke and Leia on the asteroid mining facility of Polis Massa provides a counterpoint to the destruction that has consumed the galaxy, their innocent faces representing the hope that survives even in the darkest times. The medical droids that assist in their delivery work with the same precision that has characterized all mechanical beings throughout the war, their diagnostic equipment revealing the force sensitivity that marks both children as potentially significant figures in the galaxy's future. Padme's death, occurring moments after giving birth to the twins who will eventually restore balance to the Force, represents the ultimate tragedy of the Sith's triumph. Her final words, expressing her continued belief in the goodness that exists within her husband, despite his fall to the dark side, demonstrate the faith that has sustained her through years of secret marriage and political struggle. The irony that she dies of a broken heart while the medical droids find no physical cause for her condition highlights the power of emotional trauma to transcend purely biological limitations. The separation of the twins, designed to protect them from their father's dark transformation, sets in motion the events that will eventually lead to the Empire's downfall. Luke's placement with Owen and Beru Lars on Tatooine returns him to the desert world where his father's journey began, while Leia's adoption by Bail Organa of Alderaan provides her with the political education that will make her a leader of the coming rebellion. The knowledge that these children carry within them the genetic heritage of the Chosen One ensures that the prophecy will eventually be fulfilled, though in ways that none of the current participants can foresee. The construction of the Death Star, the gun in the orbital shipyards above Geonosis, represents the Empire's commitment to ruling through fear rather than consent. The massive space station, with its planet-destroying superlaser, embodies the technological terror that will characterize the new regime's approach to governance. The thousands of workers who labor on its construction, both organic and mechanical, contribute to a project whose ultimate purpose remains hidden from all but the highest levels of Imperial leadership. Obi-Wan's exile to Tatooine begins the long vigil that will define the remainder of his life. His mission to protect Luke Skywalker, requiring him to abandon the active role that has characterized his service to the Republic. The cave dwelling he selects in the Jundland Wastes provides the isolation necessary for his task, while allowing him to maintain distant surveillance of the Lars homestead. His transformation from a respected Jedi general to a hermit known only as Ben represents the kind of sacrifice that true heroism sometimes requires. Master Yoda's retreat to the swamp planet of Dagobah completes the scattering of the Jedi Order's surviving leadership, his choice of exile location reflecting his understanding that the Force will guide events according to its own mysterious purposes. The ancient world's strong connection to the Force, combined with its hostile environment and lack of civilized inhabitants, provides the perfect hiding place for the Order's most powerful survivor. His hut, constructed from the materials available in the swamp, represents the humble simplicity that has always characterized true wisdom. The Emperor's throne room, constructed in the depths of the Imperial Palace on Coruscant, serves as the nerve center for a galactic dictatorship that surpasses anything previously seen in recorded history. The chamber's dark decorations and imposing architecture reflect the aesthetic preferences of a ruler who has embraced the dark side completely, while the advanced communication systems that connect him to every corner of the galaxy demonstrate the technological capabilities that make effective resistance seem impossible. Darth Vader's first appearance in his iconic black armor marks the birth of a legend that will terrorize the galaxy for decades to come. The life support systems that maintain his damaged body create the distinctive breathing sound that will become synonymous with Imperial power, while the cape and helmet that conceal his scars serve as symbols of the transformation that has consumed the man who was once Anakin Skywalker. His mechanical limbs, replacing the organic components lost to Obi-Wan's lightsaber, grant him strength that exceeds his previous capabilities, while serving as constant reminders of his defeat. The Jedi Purge continues across the galaxy as Imperial forces hunt down the surviving members of the Order, their efforts coordinated by the Inquisitors, who have embraced the dark side in service to the Emperor. These former Jedi, corrupted by torture and manipulation, possess the knowledge necessary to track their former colleagues while lacking the emotional connections that might compromise their effectiveness. Their red lightsabers, constructed from crystals that have been bled of their natural color, serve as symbols of their complete transformation from protectors to predators. The establishment of the Imperial military represents the culmination of the Republic's transformation, with clone troopers gradually replaced by recruited soldiers who have known no loyalty except to the Empire. The new Stormtrooper Corps, trained from childhood to serve the Emperor, without question, lacks the individuality that characterized the clone army while possessing the fanatical dedication that totalitarian regimes require. Their distinctive white armor, evolved from the designs that once represented hope and freedom, now serves as the uniform of oppression and control. The Senate's continued existence as a largely ceremonial body provides the illusion of democratic governance, while real power rests entirely in the hands of the Emperor and his appointed governors. The regional governors, who assume control of entire sectors, possess authority that would have been unthinkable under the Republic, their rule backed by the military might of the Imperial fleet. The dissolution of the Senate, when it finally occurs, will merely formalize a power structure that has already been established through fear and intimidation. The galaxy enters a new age of darkness, as the last remnants of the Republic's democratic traditions are swept away by Imperial decree. The hope that sustained countless beings through the Clone Wars has been extinguished, replaced by the certainty that resistance will be met with overwhelming force. Yet even in this darkest hour, the seeds of future redemption have been planted, awaiting the right moment to grow into the rebellion that will eventually restore freedom to the galaxy. The fourth holocron's crimson light begins to fade, its memories of transformation and tragedy finally exhausted. The Republic's death and the Empire's birth mark the end of an era that lasted for over 1,000 years, while the survival of the Skywalker twins ensures that the story of hope and redemption will continue in the darkness that lies ahead. The fifth holocron awakens with a flickering amber light that seems to struggle against the encroaching darkness, its glow reflecting the uncertain fate of those who refuse to surrender to the Empire's absolute authority. In the immediate aftermath of Order 66, as the galaxy reels from the systematic destruction of the Jedi Order, a small group of clone troopers discovers that their genetic modifications have granted them something unprecedented in the Grand Army of the Republic: the ability to resist their programming and choose their own destiny. Clone Force 99, known throughout the military as the Bad Batch, represents an experimental approach to clone engineering that prioritized individual capabilities over standardized uniformity. Their mutations, initially viewed as defects by the Kaminoan scientists who created them, have inadvertently provided them with the independence of thought that allows them to question orders that their regular clone brothers execute without hesitation. The irony that their perceived flaws have become their salvation is not lost on these soldiers who have spent their entire existence being told they are different, wrong, and ultimately disposable. Hunter, the squad's sergeant and natural leader, possesses enhanced senses that allow him to track targets across impossible terrain and detect threats that would escape ordinary perception. His scarred face and distinctive tattoos tell the story of countless battles fought in service to the Republic, while his customized DC-17 blaster and vibroblade reflect his preference for close-quarters combat. The red bandana that covers his long hair has become his signature, a small gesture of individuality in an army designed to eliminate personal expression. The weight of command sits heavily on Hunter's shoulders as he struggles to understand the magnitude of the betrayal that has consumed his brothers. The clone troopers he once fought alongside, men who shared his face and his genetic code, have become enemies overnight through no choice of their own. His enhanced hearing allows him to detect the subtle changes in their voices when the inhibitor chips activate, the mechanical precision that replaces the warmth of brotherhood, creating a distance that proves more painful than any physical wound. Wrecker, the squad's demolitions expert, embodies the gentle giant archetype. Despite his massive frame and enthusiasm for explosives, his enhanced strength and durability make him capable of feats that would be impossible for ordinary clones, while his childlike wonder at the destructive power of his weapons provides moments of levity in increasingly dark times. The scars that cover his bald head speak of a lifetime spent in the most dangerous assignments, yet his loyalty to his brothers remains absolute even as the galaxy transforms around them. The Big Clone's relationship with Omega, the young female clone who joins their group, reveals the paternal instincts that lie beneath his intimidating exterior. His protective nature, combined with his simple but profound understanding of right and wrong, makes him the squad's moral compass in situations where the line between heroism and survival becomes increasingly blurred. His fear of heights, seemingly incongruous in a soldier who has participated in countless aerial assaults, humanizes him in ways that make his eventual struggle with his own inhibitor chip all the more tragic. Tech. The squad's technical specialist possesses an intellect that operates at levels far beyond normal human parameters. His enhanced cognitive abilities allow him to interface with computer systems, analyze tactical situations, and solve engineering problems with a speed and precision that borders on the supernatural. The specialized goggles he wears serve both practical and symbolic purposes, their advanced sensors allowing him to perceive data streams and electronic signatures while marking him as fundamentally different from his more conventional brothers. His encyclopedic knowledge of Republic military protocols, combined with his ability to access and manipulate Imperial computer networks, makes him invaluable to the squad's survival in their new role as fugitives. The modifications he makes to their equipment, from improving their ship's capabilities to enhancing their weapon systems, demonstrate the kind of innovation that the Empire's standardized approach to warfare actively discourages. His matter-of-fact delivery of complex technical information, often at inappropriate moments, provides comic relief while highlighting the different ways that enhanced genetics can manifest. Crosshair, the squad sniper, represents the tragic potential for even the most independent-minded individuals to fall victim to the Empire's insidious control mechanisms. His enhanced eyesight and steadier hands make him capable of impossible shots across vast distances, while his cynical worldview and abrasive personality often put him at odds with his more idealistic brothers. The specialized DC-15X sniper rifle he carries has become an extension of his body, its precision matching his own perfectionist nature. The activation of his inhibitor chip during the early days of the Empire creates a schism within the squad that cuts deeper than any external threat they have faced. His transformation from trusted brother to Imperial agent demonstrates the insidious nature of the control mechanisms built into every clone, while his genuine belief in the Empire's mission adds complexity to what might otherwise be a simple case of mind control. The internal struggle between his programmed loyalty and his suppressed memories of brotherhood creates a character whose fate remains uncertain even as his actions become increasingly dangerous to those he once protected. Echo, the former member of the 501st Legion who joins the Bad Batch after his rescue from separatist captivity, brings a unique perspective to the squad's operations. His cybernetic enhancements, the result of brutal experimentation by the Techno-Union, have transformed him into a living interface between organic and mechanical systems. The pale complexion and mechanical limbs that mark him as fundamentally changed serve as visible reminders of the war's cost, while his military experience provides strategic insights that prove invaluable in their new circumstances. His integration into the squad represents more than simple military expediency. It symbolizes the possibility of redemption and second chances in a galaxy that has become increasingly unforgiving. The friendship that develops between Echo and the other members of the Bad Batch demonstrates that bonds forged in battle can transcend the artificial limitations imposed by genetic programming, while his gradual recovery from his traumatic experiences provides hope that even the most severe wounds can eventually heal. Omega, the unaltered female clone, created from Jango Fett's genetic template, represents innocence and potential in a galaxy that has forgotten both concepts. Her existence as a medical assistant on Kamino has shielded her from the worst aspects of the war, while her genetic relationship to the Bad Batch creates an immediate bond that transcends rational explanation. Her curiosity about the galaxy beyond the sterile corridors of Tipoca City drives much of the squad's early adventures, as her desire to experience freedom leads them to worlds and situations they might otherwise avoid. The revelation that she possesses the same genetic enhancements as the Bad Batch, though expressed in different ways, adds complexity to her character that extends beyond her role as the squad's surrogate daughter. Her ability to understand and manipulate advanced technology, combined with her intuitive grasp of tactical situations, suggests that her potential extends far beyond what anyone initially realizes. The target she becomes for Imperial forces seeking to exploit her unique genetics creates ongoing tension while highlighting the Empire's willingness to harm children in pursuit of its goals. The destruction of Tipoca City represents the end of an era that began with the Republic's secret commissioning of the clone army over a decade earlier. The Camino and cloning facilities, once the pride of their species and the foundation of the Republic's military might, disappear beneath the waves of their ocean world as Imperial forces eliminate the evidence of their origins. The sight of the city's spires collapsing into the sea provides a visceral reminder that the Empire has no interest in preserving the institutions that served the Republic, regardless of their historical significance. The Kaminoan scientists who created the clone army find themselves expendable in the new order, their expertise no longer required now that the Empire has decided to recruit soldiers from the general population. The elimination of these beings, who viewed the clones as their greatest achievement, represents the casual cruelty that characterizes Imperial policy toward those who are no longer useful. Their deaths, carried out with the same efficiency they once brought to genetic engineering, demonstrate that no one is safe from the Empire's pragmatic brutality. The transition from clone troopers to recruited stormtroopers represents more than a simple change in military personnel. It symbolizes the Empire's rejection of the Republic's values and methods. The new soldiers, drawn from human populations across the galaxy, lack the genetic modifications and advanced training that made the clones so effective. Their distinctive white armor, evolved from the designs that once represented hope and freedom, now serves as the uniform of oppression and control. The training facilities established to mold these recruits into effective soldiers reflect the Empire's approach to creating loyalty through indoctrination rather than genetic programming. The harsh discipline and ideological education that characterize these programs produce soldiers who are fanatically devoted to the Empire's cause, though their effectiveness in combat remains questionable compared to their clone predecessors. The gradual replacement of clones with recruited personnel creates opportunities for resistance that the Empire's leadership fails to fully appreciate. The early rebel cells that begin to form in the wake of the Empire's establishment represent the first stirrings of organized opposition to the new regime. These groups, often composed of former Republic military personnel and disillusioned civilians, lack the resources and coordination to pose a serious threat to Imperial authority. Their activities, ranging from propaganda distribution to small-scale sabotage operations, serve more to maintain morale among the oppressed than to achieve tactical objectives. The Bad Batch's encounters with these nascent resistance movements provide glimpses of the larger rebellion that will eventually challenge the Empire's dominance. Their reluctant assistance to various rebel cells, driven more by personal loyalty than political conviction, demonstrates the gradual process by which ordinary beings are transformed into freedom fighters. The relationships they form with individuals like Cut Lorquain, a clone deserter who has built a new life as a farmer, illustrate the different paths that are possible even for those created to serve the state. The bounty hunters who pursue the Bad Batch represent the Empire's willingness to outsource violence to independent contractors when official channels prove insufficient. These beings, drawn from the galaxy's criminal underworld, possess skills and resources that make them dangerous opponents even for enhanced clone soldiers. Their pursuit of Omega, driven by the substantial rewards offered for her capture, creates ongoing tension while highlighting the Empire's determination to eliminate any potential threats to its authority. Fennec Shand, the professional assassin whose path crosses with the Bad Batch during their early adventures, embodies the pragmatic approach to survival that characterizes the Empire's criminal allies. Her expertise with sniper rifles and surveillance equipment makes her a formidable opponent, while her professional ethics create unexpected opportunities for negotiation and compromise. The respect she develops for the Bad Batch's capabilities, combined with her recognition of Omega's potential, adds complexity to their relationship that extends beyond simple predator and prey dynamics. The various worlds that the Bad Batch visits during their journey from military unit to independent operators showcase the diversity of responses to Imperial rule. Some planets welcome the stability and order that the Empire promises, their populations grateful for an end to the chaos that characterized the final years of the Clone Wars. Others resist the new regime's authoritarian methods, their citizens forming underground networks that provide aid to refugees and dissidents. Ryloth, the Twi'lek homeworld that the Bad Batch helped liberate during the Clone Wars, exemplifies the tragedy of worlds that find themselves under Imperial occupation despite their loyalty to the Republic. The transformation of former allies into enemies, driven by the Empire's species policies and economic exploitation, creates personal conflicts for soldiers who once fought to protect these populations. The sight of Imperial forces oppressing beings they once considered friends serves as a constant reminder of how completely the galaxy has changed. The Empire's propaganda machine works tirelessly to reshape public opinion and create the illusion of popular support for the new regime. The holonet broadcasts that flood the galaxy with Imperial messaging present a version of reality that bears little resemblance to the experiences of ordinary citizens. The manipulation of information, combined with the suppression of dissenting voices, creates an environment where truth becomes a scarce commodity and resistance requires extraordinary courage. The Bad Batch's gradual evolution from loyal soldiers to independent operators reflects the broader transformation taking place throughout the galaxy. Their decisions, driven by loyalty to each other rather than adherence to orders, demonstrate the power of personal relationships to transcend institutional authority. The moral choices they face, from helping refugees to protecting the innocent, reveal the ethical complexity that emerges when individuals must choose between competing loyalties. The medical facilities that the squad visits in their efforts to help Echo recover from his cybernetic modifications showcase the advanced technology that exists alongside the Empire's growing authoritarianism. The droids and organic healers who provide treatment work within systems that prioritize efficiency over compassion, their services available to those who can afford them, while the poor suffer in silence. The contrast between the Empire's technological capabilities and its moral failures becomes increasingly apparent as the squad witnesses the consequences of Imperial policy. The criminal underworld that flourishes in the Empire's shadow provides both opportunities and dangers for those operating outside official channels. The cantinas and spaceports where the Bad Batch conducts their business buzz with the activities of smugglers, bounty hunters, and other beings who profit from the chaos that accompanies political transformation. The relationships they form with these individuals, built on mutual advantage rather than shared ideals, create a network of contacts that proves invaluable to their survival. The Imperial intelligence apparatus that monitors the galaxy's population represents the Empire's commitment to maintaining control through surveillance and intimidation. The agents who investigate suspicious activities possess resources and authority that make them formidable opponents for anyone attempting to operate outside official channels. Their methods, ranging from subtle manipulation to outright brutality, create an atmosphere of fear that discourages resistance while encouraging collaboration. The technological innovations that emerge from the Empire's research facilities reflect the regime's priorities and values. The weapons systems and surveillance equipment that are developed serve primarily to enhance the state's power over its citizens, while projects that might benefit the general population receive minimal funding. The scientists and engineers who work on these projects, motivated by professional ambition rather than moral conviction, create tools that will be used to oppress the very populations they might otherwise serve. The refugee populations that flee Imperial persecution represent the human cost of the Empire's authoritarian policies. These beings, displaced from their homes by political upheaval or economic exploitation, struggle to find sanctuary in a galaxy where imperial authority extends to every inhabited system. The Bad Batch's encounters with these refugees, from Twi'lek freedom fighters to human dissidents, provide personal faces for the abstract concept of resistance. The clone troopers who retain their individuality despite their programming represent hope for redemption in a galaxy that has seemingly abandoned such concepts. Their struggles with the inhibitor chips that control their behavior, combined with their gradual recovery of suppressed memories, demonstrate that even the most sophisticated forms of mind control can be overcome through determination and external support. The friendships they form with the Bad Batch and other independent operators prove that bonds forged in battle can transcend the artificial limitations imposed by genetic programming. As the Bad Batch era draws to a close, the foundations have been laid for the larger rebellion that will eventually challenge the Empire's dominance. The individual acts of courage and defiance that characterize this period, from the squad's protection of Omega to their assistance of various resistance cells, contribute to a growing network of opposition that will eventually coalesce into the Alliance to restore the Republic. The seeds of hope planted during these dark days will eventually grow into the movement that restores freedom to the galaxy. The fifth holocron's amber light begins to dim, its memories of transition and uncertainty finally exhausted. The immediate aftermath of Order 66 has passed, leaving behind a galaxy transformed beyond recognition. The clone soldiers who once served as the Republic's champions have either been eliminated or absorbed into the Empire's military machine, while the few who maintain their independence face an uncertain future in a hostile galaxy. The sixth holocron pulses to life, with a steady golden radiance that seems to carry within it the weight of hidden truths and patient vigil. 10 years have passed since the Empire's rise, and the galaxy has settled into the rhythm of authoritarian rule, its citizens learning to navigate the treacherous waters of life under constant surveillance. In this era of enforced stability, two very different stories unfold simultaneously across the stars, each representing a different response to the Empire's dominion over the hearts and minds of countless beings. On the industrial world of Corellia, where massive shipyards stretch across continents and the sky burns with the light of countless foundries, a young man named Han Solo struggles against the constraints of a life that offers no future beyond servitude and exploitation. The planet's surface, scarred by centuries of manufacturing and strip mining, provides a harsh environment where only the strongest and most cunning can hope to survive. The orphaned children who roam the streets of Coronet City represent the Empire's expendable workforce, their lives valued only for their ability to contribute to the war machine that feeds the regime's endless appetite for control. Han's existence within Lady Proxima's criminal organization demonstrates the brutal efficiency of survival systems that emerge in societies where legal channels offer no hope of advancement. The white worms that inhabit the sewers beneath Corellia's cities have created their own hierarchy of power, with the young thieves and scroungers who serve them occupying the lowest rungs of a ladder that extends deep into the planet's underground economy. The skills that Han develops during these formative years, from piloting speeder bikes through impossible terrain to talking his way out of seemingly hopeless situations, will serve him well in the adventures that await him among the stars. The relationship between Han and Chirrut, forged in the crucible of shared hardship and mutual dependence, represents the kind of bond that can survive even the most traumatic circumstances. Their dream of escaping Corellia together, of finding a life beyond the endless cycle of theft and violence that defines their existence, provides motivation that transcends the immediate demands of survival. The separation that occurs during their attempted escape, when circumstances force them to make choices that will echo through their lives, demonstrates how even the strongest relationships can be tested by the cruel realities of imperial society. Han's recruitment into the Imperial Navy represents both opportunity and compromise, his natural piloting abilities providing him with a path toward advancement that would otherwise be impossible for someone of his background. The Imperial Academy on Carida, with its harsh discipline and ideological indoctrination, transforms young recruits into efficient servants of the state through methods that strip away individuality and replace it with unquestioning obedience. The instructors who oversee this process, many of them veterans of the Clone Wars, have adapted their teaching methods to accommodate the Empire's emphasis on conformity and absolute loyalty. The military training that Han receives provides him with skills that extend far beyond simple piloting, though his rebellious nature and inability to follow orders that conflict with his personal code of ethics create ongoing conflicts with his superiors. His expertise with blaster weapons, his understanding of military tactics, and his knowledge of Imperial procedures will prove invaluable during his later career as a smuggler and rebel operative. The friendships he forms with other cadets, particularly those who share his skepticism about the Empire's methods, create a network of contacts that will serve him well in the dangerous years ahead. The expulsion from the Imperial Academy that ends Han's military career represents both personal failure and moral victory. His refusal to participate in the enslavement of Wookiee populations, demonstrating the ethical boundaries that he will not cross regardless of the personal cost. The encounter with Chewbacca on the prison planet of Mimban, where both are serving sentences for their respective acts of defiance, marks the beginning of a partnership that will reshape both their destinies. The mutual respect that develops between the human smuggler and the Wookiee warrior transcends species barriers and creates a bond that will prove stronger than any legal contract. The liberation of Chewbacca from Imperial captivity fulfills a life debt that binds the Wookiee to Han's service, though their relationship quickly evolves beyond simple obligation into genuine friendship and mutual dependence. Chewbacca's knowledge of the galaxy's hidden pathways, combined with his technical expertise and formidable combat abilities, makes him an invaluable partner for someone seeking to operate outside Imperial authority. The modifications he makes to their ship, the Millennium Falcon, transform it from a simple freighter into one of the fastest and most maneuverable vessels in the galaxy. The Millennium Falcon itself becomes a character in the story, its history as a smuggler's ship reflecting the underground economy that flourishes in the Empire's shadow. The vessel's distinctive design, with its off-center cockpit and hidden compartments, makes it perfectly suited for the kind of operations that Han and Chewbacca will undertake during their careers as independent traders. The constant mechanical problems that plague the ship, from hyperdrive failures to sensor malfunctions, create ongoing challenges that require creative solutions and intimate knowledge of its systems. Meanwhile, on the desert world of Tatooine, Obi-Wan Kenobi has begun his long exile in the Jundland Wastes, his mission to protect Luke Skywalker, requiring him to abandon the active role that has defined his adult life. The cave dwelling he has chosen for his home provides the isolation necessary for his task, while allowing him to maintain distant surveillance of the Lars moisture farm, where the boy grows up unaware of his true heritage. The transformation from respected Jedi general to hermit, known only as Ben, represents the kind of sacrifice that true heroism sometimes requires. The daily routine of exile tests Obi-Wan's patience and resolve in ways that no military campaign ever could. The endless waiting and watching, creating challenges that cannot be overcome through lightsaber combat or force powers. His meditation practices, conducted in the silence of his desert retreat, help him maintain his connection to the Force while processing the trauma of witnessing the Jedi Order's destruction. The visions that come to him during these sessions, glimpses of possible futures and echoes of past events, provide guidance and warning in equal measure. The Inquisitors who hunt the galaxy's surviving Jedi represent the Empire's systematic approach to eliminating Force-sensitive individuals, their red lightsabers and distinctive armor marking them as fallen Jedi who have been corrupted by the dark side. These beings, once protectors of the innocent, now serve as instruments of oppression and fear, their knowledge of Jedi techniques making them particularly effective at tracking and eliminating their former colleagues. The fifth brother and seventh sister, whose pursuit of surviving Jedi brings them to various worlds throughout the galaxy, demonstrate the Empire's willingness to use any means necessary to achieve its objectives. The Grand Inquisitor, leader of this dark order, embodies the intellectual corruption that allows individuals to rationalize their participation in evil systems. His porcine features, marked by the distinctive ridges and sharp teeth of his species, create an intimidating presence that serves him well in his role as the Empire's chief Jedi hunter. The ancient Jedi Temple on Coruscant, which he has claimed as his headquarters, serves as a constant reminder of the Order's fall and the dark side's triumph over the light. The kidnapping of Princess Leia Organa by the criminal organization known as the Path creates the crisis that draws Obi-Wan out of his self-imposed exile and back into the galaxy's conflicts. The 10-year-old princess, already showing signs of the intelligence and determination that will make her a leader of the rebellion, becomes a pawn in a larger game whose stakes extend far beyond her individual fate. Her capture on Alderaan, carried out with precision that suggests inside knowledge of the planet's security arrangements, demonstrates the Empire's willingness to target children in pursuit of its objectives. Bail Organa's desperate plea for Obi-Wan's assistance in recovering his adopted daughter creates a dilemma that tests the former Jedi's commitment to his protective mission. The knowledge that leaving Tatooine will expose Luke to potential danger conflicts with his obligation to help a child in immediate peril, while his emotional attachment to both Leia and her adoptive family complicates what should be a simple strategic decision. The choice to abandon his post, even temporarily, represents the kind of moral complexity that defines heroism in an era of impossible choices. The journey to find Princess Leia leads Obi-Wan through a galaxy that has been transformed by a decade of Imperial rule, the worlds he once knew now bearing the scars of authoritarian governance and systematic oppression. The planet Daiyu, with its neon-lit streets and towering arcologies, represents the kind of urban environment where refugees and dissidents can disappear into the anonymous masses. The criminal organizations that control these areas operate with the tacit approval of imperial authorities, their activities serving the regime's interests by channeling discontent into manageable forms of illegal behavior. The confrontation with Darth Vader on the planet Mapuzo represents the emotional climax of Obi-Wan's journey back to active participation in the galaxy's conflicts. The sight of his former Padawan, now encased in the black armor that sustains his damaged body, creates a moment of recognition that transcends the years of separation and transformation. The mechanical breathing that has replaced Anakin's natural respiration serves as a constant reminder of the cost of his fall to the dark side, while the red glow of his lightsaber symbolizes the corruption that has consumed his soul. The lightsaber duel that ensues between former master and apprentice carries emotional weight that extends far beyond the immediate tactical situation. Each clash of their blades represents a conversation that words cannot adequately express, their combat becoming a form of communication between beings who once shared the closest possible bond. The fire that separates them at the battle's conclusion serves as a metaphor for the gulf that has opened between light and darkness, while Obi-Wan's escape provides temporary reprieve from a confrontation that must eventually reach its final resolution. The revelation that Anakin Skywalker's transformation into Darth Vader represents a complete spiritual death forces Obi-Wan to confront the guilt and grief that have haunted him since their battle on Mustafar. The acceptance that his former Padawan cannot be redeemed, that the good man he once knew has been completely consumed by the dark side, allows him to find peace with his past while preparing for the responsibilities that lie ahead. The knowledge that Luke and Leia represent the galaxy's best hope for the future provides him with the strength to continue his vigil despite the personal cost. Reva, the third sister among the Inquisitors, embodies the complex motivations that drive individuals to serve systems they fundamentally oppose. Her survival of the Jedi Temple massacre as a child, combined with her decades-long quest for revenge against Darth Vader, creates a character whose actions serve multiple masters while remaining true to her own moral compass. The lightsaber wound that nearly kills her during her confrontation with Vader demonstrates the Empire's willingness to sacrifice even its most useful servants when they outlive their utility. The redemption that Reva finds through her choice to spare Luke Skywalker's life represents the possibility of moral transformation even in the darkest circumstances. Her decision to abandon her pursuit of Obi-Wan and instead protect the child she was sent to capture demonstrates the power of conscience to triumph over conditioning and manipulation. The journey from vengeful inquisitor to protector of the innocent illustrates the complex paths that individuals must navigate when confronting systems that demand moral compromise. The path, the underground network that helps Force-sensitive individuals escape Imperial persecution, represents the kind of grassroots resistance that emerges in societies where official channels offer no hope of justice. The hidden bases and secret communication networks that allow this organization to function demonstrate the ingenuity and dedication of beings who risk everything to help others. The volunteers who staff these operations, from starship pilots to medical personnel, embody the spirit of service that the Empire seeks to eliminate through fear and intimidation. The safe houses and refugee camps that shelter those fleeing Imperial persecution showcase the human cost of the Empire's systematic oppression of Force-sensitive individuals. The families separated by the Inquisitor's activities, the children torn from their parents' arms, and the communities destroyed by the search for hidden Jedi represent the collateral damage of a campaign that extends far beyond its stated objectives. The hope that sustains these populations, their belief that freedom will eventually be restored, provides the emotional foundation for the larger rebellion that will eventually challenge the Empire's dominance. The smuggling operations that flourish in the Empire's shadow provide both economic opportunity and political resistance, their activities serving to undermine the regime's control over trade and communication. The pilots and crew members who risk their lives to transport illegal cargo, from medical supplies to rebel communications equipment, create networks of mutual support that extend across the galaxy. The cantinas and spaceports where these operations are coordinated buzz with the activities of beings who profit from the Empire's inefficiencies while contributing to its eventual downfall. The Kessel Run, the dangerous hyperspace route that connects the spice mines of Kessel to the markets of the core worlds, represents the kind of high-risk, high-reward operation that attracts the galaxy's most skilled pilots. The gravitational anomalies and Imperial patrol ships that make this route so hazardous require navigation skills and starship modifications that push technology to its absolute limits. The record-breaking run that Han Solo achieves in less than 12 parsecs becomes legendary throughout the smuggling community, establishing his reputation as one of the galaxy's most skilled pilots. The criminal organizations that control the spice trade, from the Pike Syndicate to Jabba the Hutt's extensive operations, represent the kind of parallel power structures that emerge in societies where legal authority has become synonymous with oppression. These groups, motivated by profit rather than ideology, often find themselves in conflict with Imperial forces despite their lack of political objectives. The uneasy truces and shifting alliances that characterize these relationships demonstrate the complex web of competing interests that defines the galaxy's underground economy. The Imperial Security Bureau, the intelligence organization responsible for monitoring the Empire's internal enemies, represents the surveillance state that emerges from authoritarian systems. The agents who investigate suspicious activities possess resources and authority that make them formidable opponents for anyone attempting to operate outside official channels. Their methods, ranging from subtle infiltration to brutal interrogation, create an atmosphere of fear that discourages resistance while encouraging collaboration among the general population. The industrial complexes that fuel the Empire's war machine, from the shipyards of Kuat to the factories of Fondor, represent the economic foundations that sustain the regime's military capabilities. The workers who toil in these facilities, both organic and mechanical, contribute to projects whose ultimate purpose remains hidden from all but the highest levels of imperial leadership. The conditions under which these beings labor, characterized by long hours and minimal compensation, create the kind of exploitation that generates support for revolutionary movements. The Death Star's construction, continuing in secret facilities throughout the galaxy, represents the Empire's ultimate expression of technological terror. The massive space station, with its planet-destroying superlaser, embodies the philosophy of rule through fear that characterizes the Imperial approach to governance. The thousands of workers who contribute to its construction, from engineers to construction droids, participate in a project whose completion will fundamentally alter the balance of power in the galaxy. The scientific research that makes the Death Star possible, from the kyber crystal technology that powers its weapon systems to the gravitational engineering that maintains its structural integrity, represents the pinnacle of Imperial technological achievement. The scientists and engineers who work on these projects, motivated by professional ambition and intellectual curiosity, create weapons that will be used to maintain the Empire's dominance over the galaxy's population. The ethical implications of their work, often rationalized through appeals to necessity and progress, demonstrate the complex moral choices that individuals must make when serving authoritarian systems. The Rebel Alliance, still in its infancy during this era, exists primarily as a network of isolated cells and sympathetic individuals rather than a coordinated military force. The weapons and supplies that these groups require for their operations must be obtained through smuggling networks and black market transactions, creating opportunities for independent operators like Han Solo to contribute to the cause while maintaining their professional independence. The relationships that develop between smugglers and rebels, built on mutual need rather than shared ideology, create alliances that will prove crucial to the Empire's eventual defeat. As the Solo and Kenobi era draws to a close, the foundations have been laid for the larger conflicts that will define the original trilogy. The characters who will play crucial roles in the Empire's downfall have been shaped by their experiences during this period, while the networks and relationships that will sustain the rebellion have been established through countless small acts of courage and defiance. The galaxy stands ready for the heroes who will emerge from the shadows to challenge the Empire's dominance and restore freedom to the stars. The sixth holocron's golden light begins to fade, its memories of hidden adventures and patient vigil finally exhausted. The decade of Imperial consolidation has passed, leaving behind a galaxy that has learned to resist tyranny through individual acts of courage and collective determination. The stage is set for the emergence of a new generation of heroes who will carry the torch of freedom into the darkness that lies ahead. The seventh holocron awakens with a brilliant silver light that pulses with the rhythm of awakening hope, its crystalline surface reflecting the complex tapestry of resistance that has begun to spread across the galaxy like fire through dry grass. 14 years have passed since the Empire's rise, and the scattered embers of rebellion have begun to coalesce into something that resembles coordinated resistance. From the industrial world of Oltani to the ancient temples of LOTR, brave beings have chosen to stand against the tide of tyranny, their individual acts of defiance weaving together into a movement that will eventually challenge the very foundations of imperial power. On the agricultural world of Oltani, where ancient monasteries dot the landscape like silent sentinels watching over valleys filled with grain, Cassian Andor has become a man shaped by loss and tempered by necessity. His childhood on the mining world of Canary, destroyed by imperial strip mining operations that poisoned the soil and scattered his people to the winds, created the foundation of anger that drives his adult commitment to the rebel cause. The transformation from innocent child to hardened revolutionary represents the kind of personal evolution that the Empire's brutality has forced upon countless beings throughout the galaxy. The boy who once played in the forests of Kenari, swimming in crystal-clear streams and learning the ancient stories of his people, has become a soldier whose skills extend far beyond conventional warfare. His ability to blend into any environment, to assume identities that allow him to move freely through Imperial-controlled territory, reflects the survival instincts that were forged in the crucible of planetary destruction. The languages he speaks, from the guttural tones of Corellian dockworkers to the refined accents of core world aristocrats, demonstrate the cultural adaptability that makes him invaluable to the rebellion's intelligence operations. The Altani Monastery, with its ancient stone corridors and contemplative gardens, serves as both sanctuary and operational base for the rebel cell that has chosen to strike at the heart of Imperial financial operations. The monks who have inhabited these halls for centuries, their lives dedicated to meditation and service, find themselves reluctant hosts to warriors whose mission contradicts everything they have been taught about the nature of peace. The tension between the monastery's spiritual purpose and its use as a military staging ground creates moral complexities that test the resolve of both rebels and religious practitioners. The Eye of Altani, a celestial phenomenon that occurs once every 3 years when the planet's moons align to create a spectacular meteor shower, provides the cover necessary for the most audacious robbery in galactic history. The ancient legends that surround this event, passed down through generations of Altani's inhabitants, speak of times when the gods themselves walked among mortals and the barriers between the physical and spiritual worlds dissolved. The scientific explanation for the phenomenon, involving gravitational interactions between multiple celestial bodies, cannot diminish the sense of wonder that accompanies its occurrence. The Imperial Garrison's payroll vault, containing credits intended to fund military operations across an entire sector, represents the kind of target that can simultaneously cripple the Empire's capabilities while providing the resources necessary for expanded resistance activities. The facility's security measures, from biometric scanners to automated defense systems, reflect the Empire's understanding that financial infrastructure requires protection equal to that provided for military installations. The guards who patrol these corridors, both human and droid, represent the Empire's investment in maintaining the economic systems that sustain its war machine. The heist itself unfolds with the precision of a military operation, each team member's role carefully coordinated to achieve objectives that extend far beyond simple theft. The explosives expert who neutralizes the vault's defenses, the communications specialist who maintains contact with the extraction team, and the pilot who navigates the treacherous terrain surrounding the monastery, all contribute skills that reflect years of training and experience. The personal sacrifices made by individual team members, from the loss of family members to the abandonment of comfortable lives, demonstrate the commitment that successful resistance requires. Luthen Rael, the antiquities dealer, whose respectable facade conceals his role as one of the rebellion's most important organizers, embodies the moral complexity that characterizes the fight against tyranny. His elegant shop on Coruscant, filled with artifacts from across the galaxy's history, serves as a meeting place for individuals whose commitment to freedom transcends their concern for personal safety. The ancient sculptures and historical documents that line his shelves serve as reminders of civilizations that flourished before the Empire's rise, their beauty and sophistication creating stark contrast to the sterile efficiency of Imperial architecture. The network of contacts that Luthen has carefully cultivated over the years includes beings from every level of galactic society, from wealthy politicians who fund rebel operations to street-level operatives who gather intelligence in the Empire's industrial centers. His ability to coordinate these diverse elements while maintaining the security necessary for survival demonstrates the kind of strategic thinking that has made him indispensable to the growing rebellion. The personal sacrifices he has made, from abandoning his comfortable life to accepting the necessity of morally questionable actions, illustrate the cost of resistance in an era where conventional ethics have become luxuries that few can afford. The intelligence apparatus that Luthen has constructed operates through a combination of technological sophistication and human intuition, its effectiveness dependent on the trust and dedication of individuals who risk their lives to gather information about Imperial activities. The secure communication networks that connect rebel cells across the galaxy rely on encryption techniques that must constantly evolve to stay ahead of Imperial counterintelligence efforts. The safe houses and meeting places that provide sanctuary for rebel operatives must be carefully selected and continuously monitored to ensure that they do not become traps for the unwary. Mon Mothma, the former senator whose public opposition to the Empire's militarization has made her a target for Imperial surveillance, represents the political dimension of the rebellion that complements its military activities. Her elegant Chandrilan home, with its carefully tended gardens and artistic treasures, provides the setting for clandestine meetings that will eventually coalesce into the formal alliance that challenges the Empire's dominance. The dinner parties and cultural events that she hosts serve as cover for the kind of political organizing that the Empire's security apparatus works tirelessly to prevent. The financial networks that Mon Mothma has established to fund rebel operations demonstrate the sophisticated understanding of galactic economics that successful resistance requires. Her ability to transfer credits through charitable organizations and investment funds while avoiding Imperial detection showcases the kind of expertise that can only be developed through years of experience in the galactic political system. The personal risks she takes, from her strained marriage to her daughter's growing estrangement, highlight the human cost of choosing principle over comfort in an era when such choices carry mortal consequences. The political alliances that Mon Mothma has forged with other disaffected senators and planetary leaders create the foundation for the democratic government that the rebellion seeks to restore. The careful negotiations required to bring together individuals with different priorities and constituencies demonstrate the diplomatic skills that will be essential for governing a free galaxy. The compromises that must be made to achieve consensus, from military strategy to post-war reconstruction plans, illustrate the complex challenges that await any successful revolutionary movement. The Ghost Crew, operating from the Outer Rim world of LOTR, represents the kind of small-scale resistance that has emerged throughout the galaxy as ordinary beings choose to fight back against Imperial oppression. Their ship, a modified VCX-100 light freighter named the Ghost, serves as both home and operational base for a diverse group of rebels whose individual skills complement each other in ways that make them more effective than the sum of their parts. The vessel's sophisticated sensor suite and hidden weapons systems reflect the technical modifications that have become necessary for survival in a galaxy where Imperial forces possess overwhelming numerical superiority. Kanan Jarrus, the crew's leader and the galaxy's most unlikely Jedi Master, embodies the possibility of redemption and growth even in the darkest circumstances. His survival of Order 66 as a young Padawan, combined with his years of wandering the galaxy as a smuggler and thief, has created a character whose understanding of the Force transcends the formal training that characterized the old Jedi Order. The lightsaber that he keeps hidden beneath his jacket serves as both weapon and symbol, its blue blade representing the hope that still exists for those willing to fight for justice. The burden of training a new generation of Jedi without the support systems that once existed weighs heavily on Kanan's shoulders, his own incomplete education creating challenges that test both his patience and his wisdom. The meditation techniques that he teaches, adapted from half-remembered lessons and personal experience, represent an innovative approach to Force training that emphasizes practical application over theoretical knowledge. The moral guidance that he provides, drawn from his own struggles with the dark side's temptations, creates a teaching style that acknowledges the complexity of ethical choices in wartime. The relationship between Kanan and Hera Syndulla, the Twi'lek pilot, whose skills have made the Ghost Crew legendary throughout the Outer Rim, demonstrates the kind of partnership that emerges when individuals unite around shared principles rather than personal gain. Her expertise with the Ghost systems, combined with her tactical acumen and leadership abilities, provides the crew with capabilities that extend far beyond their apparent resources. The modifications she has made to their ship, from enhanced engines to improved defensive systems, reflect the kind of innovation that has become essential for Rebel survival. Hera's background as the daughter of Cham Syndulla, the Twi'lek freedom fighter who resisted both Republic and Imperial occupation of Ryloth, provides her with insights into the nature of resistance that extend beyond military tactics. Her understanding of the political complexities that drive galactic conflict, combined with her commitment to protecting innocent life, creates a character whose moral compass guides the crew through increasingly difficult decisions. The network of contacts that she has maintained throughout the galaxy, from former Republic military officers to sympathetic civilians, provides the crew with resources and information that prove invaluable to their operations. Ezra Bridger, the young Force-sensitive thief whose recruitment by the Ghost crew marks the beginning of his transformation from street criminal to Jedi Knight, represents the new generation of heroes that will carry the fight against the Empire into the future. His discovery of his Force abilities, combined with his intuitive understanding of the complex moral landscape that defines life under Imperial rule, creates a character whose potential extends far beyond his humble origins. The lightsaber he constructs under Kanan's guidance, with its unique blaster attachment, symbolizes the innovative approach that this new generation of Jedi brings to their ancient calling. The Force abilities that Ezra develops, from his connection to LOTR's native creatures to his growing mastery of telekinesis and mind influence, demonstrate the power that emerges when natural talent combines with dedicated training. His ability to communicate with the Purgil, the space-dwelling creatures that navigate hyperspace through instinct rather than technology, provides the crew with capabilities that extend beyond conventional starship operations. The visions that come to him during meditation, glimpses of possible futures and echoes of past events, create both opportunities and challenges as he learns to distinguish between genuine prophecy and wishful thinking. The liberation of Lothal becomes a central focus for the Ghost crew's operations, their efforts to free their homeworld from Imperial occupation serving as a microcosm of the larger struggle taking place throughout the galaxy. The planet's industrial transformation, from agricultural world to manufacturing center for the Empire's war machine, represents the kind of economic exploitation that has driven countless beings to join the rebellion. The TIE fighter factories that now dominate the landscape produce the starfighters that patrol the galaxy's spaceways, their construction requiring the forced labor of Lothal's displaced population. The resistance network that emerges on Lothal, coordinated by the Ghost crew, but sustained by the planet's indigenous population, demonstrates the kind of grassroots organization that has become essential for successful rebellion. The farmers who provide intelligence about Imperial troop movements, the factory workers who sabotage production schedules, and the merchants who smuggle weapons and supplies all contribute to a web of resistance that proves impossible for the Empire to completely suppress. The personal relationships that sustain this network, from family connections to shared experiences of oppression, create bonds that transcend the formal structures of military organization. Grand Admiral Thrawn, the Chiss military genius whose tactical brilliance has made him the Empire's most effective commander, represents the intellectual opposition that the rebels must overcome if they are to achieve their objectives. His study of art and culture as a means of understanding his enemy's psychology demonstrates the sophisticated approach that sets him apart from other Imperial officers. The Star Destroyer Chimera that serves as his flagship becomes a symbol of Imperial military might, its weapons and advanced sensor systems making it a formidable opponent for any rebel force. The strategic mind that Thrawn brings to the conflict against the rebellion operates on multiple levels simultaneously. His ability to predict enemy actions based on cultural analysis, creating advantages that conventional military intelligence cannot provide. His collection of art from across the galaxy, displayed in his private chambers aboard the Chimera, serves both aesthetic and practical purposes as he studies the creative expressions of the species he must defeat. The respect he shows for worthy opponents, even as he systematically dismantles their operations, creates a character whose nobility makes him more dangerous than simple brutality could achieve. The relationship between Thrawn and his Imperial colleagues, particularly Governor Pryce and Agent Kallus, showcases the complex internal dynamics that characterize the Empire's command structure. The tension between Thrawn's analytical approach and the more brutal methods favored by other Imperial officers creates opportunities for the rebels to exploit, while the personal ambitions that drive individual Imperial leaders sometimes conflict with the Empire's broader strategic objectives. The political maneuvering that takes place within the Imperial hierarchy demonstrates that even totalitarian systems must contend with the human factors that complicate all organizational structures. The Mandalorian connection that emerges through Sabine Wren's heritage adds another dimension to the rebellion's growing complexity. Her knowledge of warrior traditions and explosive techniques, providing the crew with capabilities that extend beyond conventional military training. Her artistic talents, expressed through the graffiti that she leaves at the sites of rebel operations, serve as both propaganda and personal expression in a galaxy where individual creativity has been systematically suppressed. The armor she wears, inherited from her family's warrior tradition, represents the cultural resistance that complements the rebellion's political and military activities. The family conflicts that arise from Sabine's decision to join the rebellion, particularly her relationship with her mother Ursa Wren, illustrate the personal costs that resistance movements impose on their participants. The ancient codes of honor that govern Mandalorian society, combined with the practical necessities of survival under Imperial rule, create tensions that test the bonds between generations. The process of reconciliation that eventually allows the Wren family to unite against their common enemy demonstrates the power of shared values to overcome temporary disagreements. The Darksaber, the ancient Mandalorian weapon that becomes central to the liberation of Mandalore, represents the kind of symbolic power that can unite diverse populations around shared ideals. Its discovery and the subsequent political complications that arise from its possession demonstrate the complex relationship between legitimacy and power in societies where traditional authority structures have been disrupted. The weapon's unique properties, from its distinctive black blade to its connection to Mandalorian history, make it more than a simple tool of war. The Siege of Mandalore, conducted by Imperial forces seeking to eliminate the last vestiges of the warrior culture that once dominated the galaxy, represents the Empire's systematic approach to cultural genocide. The destruction of ancient cities and the imprisonment of civilian populations demonstrate the lengths to which the Empire will go to eliminate any challenge to its authority. The resistance mounted by the surviving Mandalorian warriors, led by Bo-Katan Kryze and supported by the Ghost Crew, showcases the kind of coordinated military action that the rebellion has learned to conduct despite its limited resources. The development of the TIE Defender program on Lothal represents the Empire's response to the growing rebel threat, its advanced fighters incorporating technological innovations that could potentially shift the balance of power in the galaxy's ongoing conflict. The factory complexes that produce these sophisticated starfighters require resources and expertise that strain even the Empire's vast capabilities, while the security measures implemented to protect the project create opportunities for rebel infiltration and sabotage. The political implications of the program's success or failure extend far beyond its immediate military applications. The competition between the TIE Defender program and the Death Star project for Imperial resources creates internal conflicts that the rebellion can exploit, the rivalry between different military factions weakening the Empire's overall effectiveness. The scientists and engineers who work on these competing projects, driven by professional pride and personal ambition, sometimes allow their enthusiasm for technical innovation to override their commitment to imperial security. The industrial accidents and security breaches that result from this competition provide the rebellion with opportunities to gather intelligence and disrupt imperial operations. The world between worlds, the mystical realm that Ezra discovers within the ancient Jedi Temple on Lothal, represents the Force's timeless nature and its connection to all living things across space and time. The portals that provide access to crucial moments in galactic history demonstrate the possibility of changing past events, while the temptation to alter the course of history tests the wisdom and restraint that define true Jedi training. The decision to preserve the timeline despite the personal cost illustrates the kind of sacrifice that heroism sometimes requires. The ancient technology that creates the world between worlds, built by a vanished civilization that understood the Force's deepest mysteries, represents knowledge that extends beyond anything the Jedi Order ever achieved. The paintings and symbols that decorate the temple's walls, depicting events from across galactic history, serve as both historical record and prophecy for those who possess the wisdom to interpret them. The guardians that protect this sacred space, manifesting as massive creatures that test the worthiness of those who seek to enter, demonstrate the kind of spiritual trial that accompanies access to ultimate power. The final battle for Lothal, culminating in Ezra's ultimate sacrifice to save his homeworld, represents the culmination of years of struggle and the beginning of a new phase in the galactic conflict. The liberation of a single world, achieved through the combined efforts of the Ghost Crew and the planet's indigenous population, demonstrates that the Empire's dominance is not absolute and that organized resistance can achieve meaningful victories. The cost of this success, measured in lives lost and heroes departed, illustrates the price that freedom demands from those who fight for it. The Purgil that Ezra summons to transport Thrawn and his fleet into the unknown regions of space represent the kind of ancient power that transcends technological advancement. Their ability to navigate hyperspace through instinct rather than calculation, demonstrating the Force's connection to all living things. The sacrifice that Ezra makes, allowing himself to be transported along with his enemies to ensure that they cannot return to threaten his homeworld, embodies the selfless heroism that defines the rebellion's moral foundation. The hope that he will someday return, combined with the certainty that Lothal is now free, creates a bittersweet victory that illustrates the complex nature of triumph in wartime. The formation of the Phoenix Squadron, incorporating the Ghost Crew and other rebel cells into a more formal military structure, represents the evolution of the rebellion from scattered resistance to organized alliance. The coordination of multiple rebel cells, each with its own capabilities and objectives, requires the kind of strategic thinking that will eventually make the alliance to restore the Republic a credible challenge to imperial power. The leadership structure that emerges from this process, with its emphasis on cooperation rather than hierarchy, reflects the democratic principles that the rebellion seeks to restore. The sacrifice of Kanan Jarrus during the fuel depot explosion that saves the Ghost Crew and countless innocents represents the kind of heroic action that defines the rebellion's moral foundation. His final moments, spent protecting those he loves while embracing his destiny as a Jedi Knight, demonstrate the power of selfless action to inspire others and create lasting change. The Force storm that accompanies his death, visible across Lothal's surface, serves as a reminder that some actions transcend their immediate tactical significance to become symbols of hope for future generations. As the Rebels and Andor era draws to a close, the foundation has been laid for the climactic confrontation that will determine the galaxy's future. The networks of resistance that have emerged throughout the Empire's territory, the military capabilities that have been developed through years of struggle, and the leadership structure that has evolved from countless individual acts of courage, all contribute to the Alliance's readiness for the challenges ahead. The heroes who have emerged from this period of growth and sacrifice will carry the torch of freedom into the final battles that will determine whether the galaxy returns to the light or falls forever into darkness. The seventh holocron's silver light begins to dim, its memories of awakening hope and gathering strength finally exhausted. The rebellion has found its voice and its purpose, while the Empire has revealed the vulnerabilities that will eventually lead to its downfall. The stage is set for the emergence of a new generation of heroes who will carry the fight to its ultimate conclusion. The eighth holocron ignites with a pure white light that seems to pulse with the heartbeat of destiny itself, its radiance carrying within it the promise of transformation and the weight of choices that will echo through eternity. The galaxy stands at the precipice of its greatest trial, as the Empire's ultimate weapon nears completion and the rebellion prepares for the most desperate gamble in its history. In the swirling sands of Tatooine and the sterile corridors of the Death Star, forces beyond imagination are about to collide in ways that will determine whether freedom or tyranny shall reign supreme among the stars. Princess Leia Organa, now 19 years old and serving as one of the rebellion's most effective leaders, has become the embodiment of hope in a galaxy that has nearly forgotten the meaning of the word. Her diplomatic missions, conducted under the cover of senatorial privilege, have provided the Alliance with intelligence and resources that would have been impossible to obtain through conventional means. The modified consular ship Tantive 5, with its gleaming white hull and advanced communication systems, has become synonymous with the Princess's tireless efforts to coordinate resistance activities across the galaxy's most dangerous territories. The Death Star plans, stolen at such terrible cost during the Battle of Scarif, represent the rebellion's greatest prize and most dangerous burden. The technical specifications contained within these data files reveal not only the space station's incredible destructive capability, but also the single point of failure that could bring about its destruction. The rebels who died to obtain this information, from the Rogue One team to the fleet crews who perished during the data transmission, have given their lives to provide the galaxy with its last hope for survival. The massive space station itself, now fully operational and conducting its final tests in the Outer Rim, represents the Empire's ultimate expression of technological terror. Its diameter spans over 100 kilometers, its surface bristling with defensive weapons and docking bays that house entire fleets of TIE fighters. The superlaser that occupies the station's northern hemisphere possesses the power to destroy entire planets, its focusing crystals channeling energy equivalent to the output of multiple stars. The 250,000 beings who crew this mechanical moon, from Imperial officers to maintenance droids, represent the largest military installation in galactic history. The irony that this ultimate weapon has been constructed using the forced labor of beings from across the galaxy, including many who oppose the Empire's rule, adds a tragic dimension to its existence. The Wookiee slaves who helped build its internal structures, the Mon Calamari engineers who designed its life support systems, and the countless other beings who contributed their skills under duress, have created the instrument of their own potential destruction. The knowledge that rebellion against their overseers could result in the annihilation of their homeworlds creates a climate of fear that ensures their continued cooperation. Governor Wilhuff Tarkin, the Death Star's commanding officer and the architect of the doctrine that bears his name, embodies the Empire's philosophy of rule through fear. His belief that the threat of destruction can maintain order more effectively than actual force has driven the development of increasingly devastating weapons systems. The regional governors who serve under his authority, each responsible for maintaining imperial control over entire sectors, understand that their own survival depends on the success of his grand strategy. The demonstration of the Death Star's power against the peaceful world of Alderaan represents the point of no return for both the Empire and the Rebellion. The planet's destruction, carried out as a test of the weapon's capabilities and a warning to other worlds that might consider resistance, eliminates billions of innocent lives in a single moment. The shockwave that ripples through the Force as these voices cry out in terror and then fall silent forever marks the moment when the Empire's true nature is revealed to the galaxy. Bail Organa, the man who has served as both father and mentor to Princess Leia, perishes along with his homeworld, his lifelong commitment to peace and justice ending in nuclear fire. His death, along with that of his wife and countless other beings who had dedicated their lives to serving others, represents the kind of loss that transforms political opposition into personal vendetta. The survivors who witness Alderaan's destruction, from the princess herself to the refugees scattered across the galaxy, carry with them the burden of bearing witness to ultimate evil. On the desert world of Tatooine, far from the galactic centers of power and politics, Luke Skywalker continues his mundane existence as a moisture farmer, unaware that his destiny is about to intersect with the fate of the galaxy itself. The twin suns that blazed over his father's childhood continue their eternal dance across the harsh landscape, their light illuminating the same rocks and sand dunes that have witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. The farm where he lives with his aunt and uncle, carved from the desert bedrock and sustained by machinery that extracts precious water from the atmosphere, represents the kind of simple life that the Empire's expansion has made increasingly difficult to maintain. Owen Lars, the moisture farmer, who has served as Luke's surrogate father for 19 years, embodies the desire for anonymity that drives so many beings to seek refuge in the galaxy's remote corners. His gruff exterior conceals a deep love for his nephew, while his stern warnings about the dangers of adventure reflect his intimate knowledge of the tragedy that befell Luke's real father. The moisture vaporators that dot his property, their constant humming a reminder of the harsh environment that shapes all life on Tatooine, provide the family with a modest income while keeping them isolated from the galactic conflicts that have consumed so many worlds. Beru Lars, whose gentle nature provides a counterpoint to her husband's stern practicality, serves as the emotional heart of the family that has shaped Luke's early years. Her understanding of the boy's restless nature, combined with her awareness of the dangers that await him beyond Tatooine's borders, creates the tension that defines their relationship. The meals she prepares, the stories she tells, and the comfort she provides during the long desert nights all contribute to the foundation of compassion that will guide Luke through the trials ahead. The arrival of the droids R2-D2 and C-3PO, purchased from Jawa traders who scour the desert for salvageable technology, introduces elements of destiny and coincidence that suggest the Force's guiding hand. The astromech droid's determination to complete his mission, despite the obstacles placed in his path, demonstrates the kind of dedication that transcends the boundaries between organic and artificial intelligence. His relationship with the protocol droid, marked by constant bickering and mutual dependence, provides moments of levity that offset the growing tension of galactic events. The discovery of the partial message from Princess Leia, projected from R2-D2's holographic systems, while Luke cleans the droid's mechanisms, represents the moment when the galaxy's larger conflicts begin to intrude upon his sheltered existence. The princess's beauty and desperation, captured in the flickering blue image that plays and replays in the Lars family's garage, awaken feelings and ambitions that have been dormant throughout Luke's adolescence. Her plea for help from someone named Obi-Wan Kenobi creates a mystery that will draw Luke into adventures beyond his wildest imagination. The revelation that Ben Kenobi, the hermit who lives in the Jundland wastes, is actually the Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi transforms Luke's understanding of his world and his place within it. The cave dwelling where the former Jedi has spent his years in exile, spartan in its furnishings but rich in the memories of a lifetime spent in service to others, becomes the setting for revelations that will reshape Luke's entire existence. The lightsaber that Obi-Wan presents to him, its blue blade humming with power and purpose, represents both his inheritance and his destiny as the son of a Jedi Knight. The story of Anakin Skywalker's heroism during the Clone Wars, as related by Obi-Wan to his son, creates a mythic figure whose supposed death at the hands of Darth Vader provides Luke with both inspiration and a quest for vengeance. The careful omission of the truth about Anakin's transformation into the Dark Lord of the Sith reflects Obi-Wan's judgment that Luke is not yet ready to bear the full weight of his family's tragedy. The seed of destiny that is planted during this conversation will grow into the force that ultimately redeems both father and son. The attack on the Lars homestead by Imperial stormtroopers searching for the droids that carry the Death Star plans eliminates Luke's connection to his former life and forces him to embrace the adventure that he has always dreamed of pursuing. The sight of his aunt and uncle's burned bodies, casualties of the Empire's ruthless efficiency, transforms his romantic notions of heroism into a personal quest for justice. The choice to join Obi-Wan on his mission to rescue Princess Leia represents the point of no return in Luke's journey from farm boy to galactic hero. The cantina in Mos Eisley, filled with smugglers, bounty hunters, and other beings who exist on the margins of galactic civilization, provides Luke with his first glimpse of the wider galaxy's complexity and danger. The diverse species that populate this establishment, from the jazz-playing Bith musicians to the violent Aqualish who threaten unwary patrons, represent the kind of cultural diversity that the Empire seeks to suppress through its human-centric policies. The encounter with the scarred alien who threatens Luke, resolved through Obi-Wan's intervention and lightsaber skills, demonstrates the reality of violence that underlies the cantina's seemingly festive atmosphere. Han Solo, the Corellian smuggler whose partnership with the Wookiee Chewbacca has made him a legend in the galaxy's criminal underworld, embodies the pragmatic approach to survival that characterizes life under Imperial rule. His modified light freighter, the Millennium Falcon, appears to be a decrepit vessel held together by spare parts and mechanical ingenuity, but its performance capabilities exceed those of many military starships. The modifications that Han and Chewbacca have made to its systems, from the enhanced hyperdrive to the hidden compartments that conceal contraband, reflect their expertise in the arts of smuggling and evasion. The partnership between Han and Chewbacca, forged through shared danger and mutual respect, represents the kind of bond that transcends species barriers and cultural differences. The Wookiees' strength and technical expertise complement the humans' piloting skills and natural cunning, creating a team whose capabilities exceed the sum of their individual talents. The life debt that binds Chewbacca to Han's service has evolved into genuine friendship, their relationship characterized by constant banter and absolute loyalty. The rescue of Princess Leia from the Death Star's detention center represents the kind of desperate mission that the rebellion has learned to conduct despite its limited resources. The infiltration of the massive space station, accomplished through a combination of stolen uniforms and carefully planned deception, demonstrates the courage and ingenuity that have kept the Alliance alive through years of seemingly hopeless struggle. The princess's imprisonment in the station's most secure facility, surrounded by automated defenses and elite guard units, reflects the Empire's understanding of her value as both a political symbol and a source of intelligence. The revelation of Leia's strength and determination, demonstrated through her refusal to break under interrogation and her immediate assumption of leadership during the rescue operation, establishes her as a formidable figure whose capabilities extend far beyond her royal title. Her sarcastic comments about the rescue team's planning, combined with her practical suggestions for their escape, reveal a personality that has been shaped by years of dangerous political work. The attraction that develops between her and Han, expressed through constant verbal sparring and mutual respect, adds a romantic dimension to their partnership that will deepen throughout their shared adventures. The lightsaber duel between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, conducted in the Death Star's corridors while the rescue team makes its escape, represents the culmination of a conflict that has defined both men's lives since the fall of the Republic. The mechanical breathing that announces Vader's presence, combined with the crimson glow of his lightsaber, creates an atmosphere of dread that reflects the dark power he has embraced. The clash of their weapons, blue against red, symbolizes the eternal struggle between light and darkness that defines the galaxy's spiritual landscape. The sacrifice that Obi-Wan makes, allowing Vader to strike him down while ensuring the others escape, demonstrates the kind of selfless heroism that has always characterized the Jedi ideal. His transformation into a Force ghost, his physical form disappearing, while his consciousness merges with the cosmic energy that binds all living things, provides Luke with a mentor who can guide him even from beyond death. The shock and grief that Luke experiences at witnessing his new teacher's apparent death adds emotional weight to his commitment to the rebel cause. The pursuit of the Millennium Falcon by TIE fighters as the ship escapes from the Death Star's docking bay showcases the kind of space combat that has become routine during the Galactic Civil War. The Imperial pilots who give chase, their training and equipment representing the Empire's military superiority, demonstrate the kind of skilled opposition that the rebellion must overcome through superior tactics and desperate courage. The modifications that Han has made to his ship's defensive systems, from improved shields to enhanced maneuverability, provide the edge necessary for survival in such encounters. The tracking device that the Empire has placed aboard the Millennium Falcon, allowing them to follow the ship to the rebel base on Yavin 4, represents the kind of strategic thinking that has made the Empire's military so effective. The plan to allow the rebels to escape with the Death Star plans, then track them to their headquarters for a decisive battle, demonstrates the confidence that Imperial commanders have in their ultimate weapons capabilities. The irony that this plan will ultimately lead to the Death Star's destruction illustrates the dangers of overconfidence in technological solutions. The jungle moon of Yavin 4, with its ancient temples and primitive beauty, provides the rebellion with a base of operations that reflects their position as underdogs in the galactic conflict. The massive stone structures built by a vanished civilization, now serving as hangars and command centers for the Alliance fleet, create a juxtaposition between ancient wisdom and modern warfare. The diverse species that have joined the rebellion, from human pilots to Mon Calamari technicians, represent the kind of galactic unity that the Empire's xenophobic policies have inadvertently encouraged. The analysis of the Death Star plans by the rebellion's technical specialists reveals the space station's weakness in the form of a small thermal exhaust port that connects directly to the main reactor. The discovery that this vulnerability can only be exploited by a direct attack that requires precise targeting under impossible conditions demonstrates the desperate nature of the mission that the rebels must undertake. The computer simulations that show the attacking ship's likely fate, with casualty projections approaching 100%, illustrate the kind of sacrifice that victory will require. The briefing of the rebel pilots, conducted in the temple's ancient chambers beneath carved reliefs that depict long-forgotten battles, creates a sense of historical continuity that links the current struggle to the eternal conflict between freedom and oppression. The young men and women who volunteer for the mission, knowing that most will not survive to see the outcome, represent the kind of courage that has always characterized those who fight against overwhelming odds. The call signs and personal histories that define each pilot, from Red Leader's veteran experience to Luke's untested enthusiasm, create individual personalities that give meaning to the statistics of war. The Death Star's approach to Yavin 4, its massive bulk blotting out the stars as it moves into position to destroy the rebel base, creates a sense of impending doom that tests the resolve of even the most dedicated Alliance members. The evacuation preparations that take place throughout the base, as personnel and equipment are hastily loaded onto transport ships, demonstrate the organized chaos that characterizes military operations under extreme pressure. The knowledge that escape is impossible if the attack fails adds urgency to every decision and action taken during these final hours. The launch of the Rebel Assault Force, consisting of X-Wing and Y-Wing fighters, whose capabilities pale in comparison to the Death Star's defensive systems, represents the kind of desperate gamble that has sustained the Alliance through years of seemingly hopeless struggle. The pilots who climb into their cockpits, knowing that they are likely flying to their deaths, embody the spirit of sacrifice that has always defined heroism. The final checks and preparations that precede the attack, from weapons systems tests to navigation coordinates, create a sense of ritual that helps the participants cope with the magnitude of their task. The battle itself unfolds with the kind of desperate intensity that characterizes warfare between technologically mismatched opponents. The Death Star's defensive systems, from its massive turbo-laser batteries to its swarms of TIE fighters, create a killing field that claims the lives of most attacking pilots within minutes of their arrival. The courage displayed by the rebel fighters as they press their attack despite devastating losses demonstrates the kind of determination that can overcome even the most overwhelming odds. Luke's participation in the battle, flying as Red 5 in an X-Wing fighter that he has never previously piloted in combat, represents the moment when his transformation from farm boy to galactic hero reaches its climax. The guidance he receives from Obi-Wan's spirit, encouraging him to trust in the Force rather than his targeting computer, marks the beginning of his journey toward becoming a Jedi Knight. The impossible shot that destroys the Death Star, guided by the Force and launched at the precise moment when the space station's superlaser is preparing to fire, represents the kind of miraculous intervention that gives hope to those who fight for justice. The destruction of the Death Star, accomplished through a chain reaction that consumes the entire space station in a matter of seconds, represents the rebellion's first major victory and the beginning of a new phase in the galactic civil war. The deaths of the 250,000 beings aboard the station, from Grand Moff Tarkin to the lowest-ranking maintenance worker, illustrate the terrible cost of the Empire's commitment to ruling through fear. The celebration that erupts throughout the Rebel base as the news of the Death Star's destruction spreads through the Alliance communication networks provides a moment of pure joy in a galaxy that has known little happiness for decades. The ceremony that honors the heroes of the Battle of Yavin, conducted in the same temple chamber where the attack was planned, creates a sense of closure that acknowledges both the victory achieved and the prices paid. The medals presented to Luke and Han, symbols of the Alliance's gratitude for their service, represent the kind of recognition that helps sustain morale through the dark times that will surely follow. The absence of those who died during the battle, their empty chairs serving as reminders of the cost of freedom, adds solemnity to the celebration. The hope that fills the galaxy as news of the Death Star's destruction spreads to every inhabited world represents the most important victory achieved by the rebellion. The knowledge that the Empire's ultimate weapon has been destroyed, that the threat of planetary annihilation has been eliminated, encourages beings throughout the galaxy to believe that resistance is possible and that freedom can be restored. The spontaneous celebrations that erupt on countless worlds, from the industrial centers of the core to the agricultural communities of the Outer Rim, demonstrate the universal desire for liberty that the Empire has never been able to suppress. The eighth holocron's pure white light begins to fade, its memories of hope triumphant and destiny fulfilled, finally exhausted. The Death Star's destruction has proven that the Empire is not invincible, that courage and determination can overcome even the most overwhelming technological advantage. The heroes who emerged from this battle, tested by fire and tempered by loss, will carry the torch of freedom into the battles that lie ahead. The ninth holocron awakens with a steady crimson glow that pulses with the rhythm of gathering storm clouds, its light reflecting the complex interplay of hope and desperation that has come to define the galaxy in the wake of the Death Star's destruction. 3 years have passed since the Battle of Yavin, and the Empire's response to that humiliating defeat has transformed the galactic civil war from a series of scattered skirmishes into a relentless campaign of retribution that threatens to consume every world that has dared to dream of freedom. The destruction of the Death Star, rather than marking the beginning of the Empire's end, has instead awakened a sleeping giant whose fury knows no bounds. Emperor Palpatine's rage at the loss of his ultimate weapon has driven him to unleash the full might of the Imperial war machine against the rebellion, his orders echoing through the corridors of power on Coruscant with the force of absolute authority. The regional governors who once relied on the Death Star's threat to maintain order now find themselves forced to employ conventional military forces in campaigns that stretch across entire sectors. The massive industrial complexes that once contributed to the Death Star's construction have been retooled to produce the Star Destroyers and support vessels that now hunt the Rebel fleet across the galaxy's most remote regions. The shipyards of Kuat drive yards work around the clock, their production lines staffed by beings whose labor has been conscripted in service to the Empire's war effort. The sight of these massive vessels rolling out of their construction bays, their hulls gleaming white under the artificial suns of orbital factories, represents the Empire's determination to crush the rebellion through sheer numerical superiority. The Rebel Alliance, elevated from a collection of scattered resistance cells to a legitimate threat to Imperial authority, has been forced to adapt to its new role as the focus of the Empire's military attention. The victory at Yavin has brought new recruits flocking to the Alliance's banner, but it has also attracted the kind of Imperial response that threatens to overwhelm their limited resources. The mobile nature of the Rebel fleet, constantly jumping from system to system to avoid Imperial pursuit, has become both a tactical necessity and a strategic disadvantage. Mon Mothma, now serving as the Alliance's chief of state, has found herself managing a coalition that has grown beyond her most optimistic expectations, while simultaneously struggling to maintain the unity that has made their victories possible. The political complexities of coordinating dozens of planetary governments, each with their own priorities and concerns, have created challenges that extend far beyond the purely military aspects of the conflict. The emergency sessions of the Alliance Council, conducted aboard capital ships while the fleet moves through hyperspace, have become the primary forum for debates that determine the rebellion's strategic direction. The resources that flow to the Alliance from sympathetic worlds, while more substantial than anything the rebellion has previously enjoyed, remain inadequate to the task of challenging the Empire's virtually unlimited industrial capacity. The weapons and supplies that must be purchased through intermediaries, the fuel that powers the fleet's constant movement, and the medical supplies that treat the wounded from increasingly large-scale battles all represent expenses that strain the Alliance's finances to their breaking point. The fundraising efforts that take place on worlds throughout the galaxy, from elaborate charity galas to simple collection drives, demonstrate the grassroots support that sustains the rebellion despite its material disadvantages. Luke Skywalker, now bearing the rank of commander in the Alliance military, has become one of the rebellion's most valuable assets despite his relative youth and limited experience. His piloting skills, enhanced by his growing connection to the Force, have made him legendary among his fellow pilots, while his natural leadership abilities have earned him the respect of beings whose military experience far exceeds his own. The X-Wing fighter that he pilots, modified with improvements that reflect both his technical expertise and his unique combat requirements, has become as famous as its pilot throughout the Rebel fleet. The lightsaber training that Luke conducts in the solitude of his quarters, guided by the basic techniques that Obi-Wan taught him during their brief time together, represents his attempt to understand the heritage that has been thrust upon him. The remote training droid that he uses to practice deflecting blaster bolts, a device that Obi-Wan left behind along with his other possessions, provides him with the means to develop his reflexes and concentration. The meditation sessions that he undertakes, seeking to hear Obi-Wan's voice in the Force, create moments of peace in a life that has become consumed by warfare. The relationship between Luke and Princess Leia, forged in the crucible of the Death Star rescue and strengthened through shared combat experiences, has evolved into something that transcends simple friendship while remaining undefined by conventional romantic categories. Their mutual respect and affection, expressed through constant banter and unwavering loyalty, creates a partnership that has become essential to the Alliance's morale and effectiveness. The way they complement each other's strengths while compensating for each other's weaknesses demonstrates the kind of natural harmony that suggests deeper connections than either fully understands. Han Solo, despite his initial intention to collect his reward and leave the rebellion behind, has found himself increasingly drawn into the Alliance's operations through a combination of circumstances and personal attachments that he refuses to acknowledge. His promotion to the rank of general, a title that sits uncomfortably on someone who has spent his adult life avoiding military hierarchy, reflects the value that the Alliance places on his unique skills and experiences. The smuggling networks that he has cultivated over the years provide the rebellion with intelligence and resources that would otherwise be impossible to obtain. The partnership between Han and Chewbacca has deepened through their shared commitment to the rebel cause, their individual skills combining to make them one of the Alliance's most effective special operations teams. The modifications that they have made to the Millennium Falcon, from enhanced weapon systems to improved sensor arrays, have transformed the ship into a formidable weapon despite its civilian origins. The pride that both take in their vessel's performance, combined with their constant complaints about its mechanical problems, creates a relationship with their ship that borders on the emotional. The romance that has begun to develop between Han and Leia, expressed through constant verbal sparring and moments of unexpected tenderness, represents the kind of personal connection that can flourish even in the midst of galactic warfare. Their different backgrounds and personalities create friction that masks deeper attraction, while their shared experiences of danger and loss provide the foundation for trust that transcends their surface disagreements. The way they protect each other during combat situations, often at considerable risk to themselves, demonstrates the depth of feelings that neither is quite ready to acknowledge. The Imperial response to the rebellion's growing strength has taken the form of increasingly desperate measures that reveal the Empire's fundamental weakness despite its apparent power. The construction of a second Death Star, begun in secret facilities throughout the galaxy, represents the Emperor's determination to replace the weapon that the rebellion destroyed. The resources diverted to this massive project, from the raw materials mined on countless worlds to the skilled technicians required for its construction, create shortages that affect every aspect of Imperial operations. Darth Vader's personal crusade against the rebellion, driven by his obsession with finding the young pilot who destroyed the Death Star, has become a central focus of Imperial military strategy. His use of the Force to identify Luke's presence during various battles, combined with his growing awareness of their connection, has created a pursuit that transcends simple military objectives. The modifications that he has made to his personal Star Destroyer, from enhanced sensor arrays to specialized fighter squadrons, reflect his commitment to this hunt above all other considerations. The Emperor's manipulation of his apprentice's obsession, using Vader's desire for revenge to further his own strategic objectives, demonstrates the sophisticated psychological warfare that characterizes Sith methodology. The revelations that Palpatine provides about Luke's identity, carefully timed to maximize their impact on Vader's emotional state, serve to intensify the Dark Lord's commitment to finding his son. The plans that the Emperor has for Luke, should he be captured, extend far beyond simple revenge to encompass the complete transformation of the galactic power structure. The rebel intelligence networks that have emerged in the wake of the Death Star's destruction operate with a sophistication that rivals anything the Empire has developed, their effectiveness dependent on the voluntary cooperation of beings who risk their lives to gather information. The spies who infiltrate Imperial facilities, the communication specialists who maintain contact between isolated cells, and the analysts who interpret the vast amounts of data that flow through Alliance channels, all contribute to the rebellion's growing ability to anticipate and counter Imperial operations. The safe houses and supply depots that support rebel operations throughout the galaxy represent the kind of infrastructure that can only be maintained through the support of local populations who have chosen to risk everything for the cause of freedom. The families who hide Alliance personnel, the merchants who provide supplies at cost, and the officials who look the other way when rebel ships pass through their territories, all contribute to a network of support that extends far beyond the military units that receive public attention. The training programs that have been established to prepare new recruits for the increasingly complex demands of modern warfare reflect the Alliance's evolution from a guerrilla movement to a legitimate military force. The academies that operate aboard capital ships, teaching everything from starfighter tactics to intelligence gathering, have become essential to the rebellion's ability to integrate new personnel effectively. The instructors who staff these programs, many of them veterans of the Clone Wars, provide continuity between the Republic's military traditions and the Alliance's innovative approaches. The medical facilities that treat the wounded from increasingly large-scale battles have become some of the most advanced in the galaxy, their techniques pioneered through the necessity of treating injuries that conventional medicine cannot address. The Bacta tanks that accelerate healing, the surgical droids that perform operations beyond the capabilities of organic physicians, and the rehabilitation programs that help disabled veterans return to active duty, all represent innovations that have emerged from the Rebellion's commitment to caring for its people. The psychological support systems that help Alliance personnel cope with the trauma of warfare have become increasingly important as the conflict's intensity escalates. The counselors who work with pilots suffering from combat stress, the chaplains who provide spiritual guidance to beings of various faiths, and the social workers who help refugees adapt to life in the fleet, all contribute to the Rebellion's ability to maintain morale despite the constant pressure of Imperial pursuit. The cultural programs that maintain the Alliance connection to the diverse traditions of its member species serve to remind everyone involved why they are fighting and what they hope to restore. The concerts that feature music from across the galaxy, the art exhibitions that showcase the creative achievements of oppressed peoples, and the festivals that celebrate the holidays of various cultures all contribute to the sense of community that sustains the Rebellion through its darkest hours. The industrial capacity that the Alliance has developed, while modest compared to the Empire's vast resources, represents a significant achievement for an organization that began with virtually nothing. The mobile factories that produce ammunition and spare parts, the shipyards that construct and repair vessels, and the research facilities that develop new technologies all operate from ships that must be ready to jump to hyperspace at a moment's notice. The technological innovations that have emerged from the Rebellion's resource constraints often surpass Imperial achievements through their efficiency and elegance. The improved X-Wing designs that provide better performance with fewer resources, the communication systems that maintain security while operating across vast distances, and the medical technologies that save lives using readily available materials all demonstrate the kind of innovation that desperation can inspire. The diplomatic efforts that seek to bring new worlds into the Alliance have become increasingly complex as the Empire's retaliation against rebel sympathizers grows more severe. The ambassadors who risk their lives to negotiate with planetary governments, the trade representatives who arrange for the supplies that keep the fleet operational, and the cultural attachés who build relationships with various species all contribute to the Rebellion's political expansion. The propaganda campaigns that seek to maintain public support for the Alliance while countering Imperial disinformation have become sophisticated operations that utilize every available medium. The HoloNet broadcasts that reach Imperial-controlled worlds, the printed materials that circulate through underground networks, and the cultural works that subtly promote democratic values all contribute to the battle for public opinion that parallels the military conflict. The refugee populations that have fled Imperial persecution provide both resources and challenges for the Alliance, their presence in the fleet creating logistical problems, while their stories serve to motivate continued resistance. The camps that house displaced families, the schools that educate children who have lost their homes, and the job training programs that help refugees contribute to the war effort all represent the humanitarian dimension of the Rebellion's mission. The economic warfare that the Alliance conducts against Imperial interests has become increasingly effective as the rebellion's reach extends throughout the galaxy. The boycotts that target Imperial products, the strikes that disrupt production in key industries, and the sabotage that damages critical infrastructure all contribute to the Empire's growing economic difficulties. The environmental restoration projects that the Alliance undertakes on liberated worlds demonstrate the rebellion's commitment to rebuilding rather than simply destroying. The reforestation efforts that restore damaged ecosystems, the water purification systems that clean up Imperial pollution, and the agricultural programs that help worlds achieve food security all represent the positive vision that motivates Alliance members. The archaeological expeditions that seek to preserve the cultural heritage of oppressed peoples have become important symbols of the rebellion's respect for diversity and history. The artifacts that are rescued from Imperial destruction, the historical sites that are protected from military damage, and the oral traditions that are recorded before they are lost, all contribute to the preservation of galactic civilization. The research into the Force that Luke conducts, aided by the few surviving Jedi artifacts that have been recovered, represents his attempt to understand the power that has chosen him as its instrument. The ancient texts that provide fragments of Jedi wisdom, the meditation techniques that help him focus his abilities, and the philosophical principles that guide his development all contribute to his growth as both a warrior and a spiritual leader. The reconnaissance missions that gather intelligence about Imperial activities have become increasingly dangerous as the Empire's security measures grow more sophisticated. The pilots who fly these missions, the analysts who interpret the data they gather, and the communications specialists who ensure that their findings reach Alliance Command all risk their lives to provide the information that makes strategic planning possible. The supply lines that keep the Rebel fleet operational despite constant Imperial pursuit represent logistical achievements that rival any military victory. The cargo ships that rendezvous with the fleet at predetermined coordinates, the fuel tankers that provide the energy needed for constant hyperspace jumps, and the transport vessels that move personnel and equipment between ships all contribute to the Alliance's ability to maintain its operations. As the period between the Death Star's destruction and the Empire's next major offensive draws to a close, the stage has been set for confrontations that will test both sides' commitment to their respective causes. The lessons learned during these years of constant warfare, the relationships forged in the crucible of shared danger, and the innovations developed through necessity will all play crucial roles in the battles that lie ahead. The ninth holocron's crimson light begins to dim, its memories of preparation and growing strength finally exhausted. The rebellion has evolved from a desperate band of freedom fighters into a military force capable of challenging the Empire's dominance, while the Empire has revealed both the extent of its power and the depth of its commitment to maintaining control. The galaxy stands poised for the next phase of a conflict that will determine the fate of countless worlds and the beings who inhabit them. The 10th holocron ignites with a deep violet light that seems to pulse with the rhythm of a heart under siege, its glow reflecting the darkness that has begun to gather around the galaxy's champions of freedom. 3 years of constant warfare have taken their toll on both the Empire and the Rebellion, but it is the Alliance that finds itself pressed to the very edge of extinction as Imperial forces close in from all directions. The hope that burned so brightly after the Death Star's destruction has been tempered by the harsh realities of fighting a war against an enemy whose resources seem as limitless as the void between stars. The ice planet Hoth, located in the remote reaches of the Outer Rim, where no sensible being would choose to establish a civilization, has become the unlikely sanctuary for the Rebellion's main fleet and command structure. The frozen wasteland that stretches endlessly beneath perpetual storms provides perfect camouflage for the massive echo base that has been carved from the living ice of the planet's polar regions. The contrast between the sterile white corridors of the base and the savage beauty of the world above creates an environment that reflects both the desperation and determination of those who have chosen to make this desolate place their home. The construction of Echo Base represents one of the Alliance's most ambitious undertakings, its completion requiring the coordination of thousands of personnel and the transportation of equipment across hostile territory. The hangar bays that house the Rebellion's starfighter squadrons, carved from solid ice and reinforced with military-grade materials, demonstrate the engineering expertise that has emerged from necessity. The command centers that coordinate fleet operations, their walls lined with displays showing the tactical situation across multiple star systems, represent the sophisticated infrastructure that the Alliance has developed to support its expanded military operations. The Rebel personnel who staff Echo Base, from the pilots who fly patrol missions in the planet's brutal weather to the technicians who maintain equipment in sub-zero temperatures, have adapted to conditions that would challenge even the most hardened soldiers. The thermal clothing that has become standard issue, the heating systems that keep vital equipment operational, and the medical facilities that treat cold-related injuries all represent innovations that have emerged from the necessity of operating in one of the galaxy's most hostile environments. Luke Skywalker, now serving as one of the Rebellion's most experienced pilots and leaders, has found himself struggling with responsibilities that extend far beyond his role as a starfighter commander. His growing connection to the Force, manifested through increasingly frequent visions and heightened intuition, has begun to set him apart from his fellow pilots in ways that he finds difficult to understand or explain. The lightsaber that once belonged to his father, now hanging at his side as both weapon and symbol, serves as a constant reminder of the heritage that he has only begun to explore. The patrol mission that takes Luke into Hoth's frozen wilderness, riding the native Tauntaun creatures that have been domesticated for reconnaissance duties, represents the kind of routine operation that has become essential to the base's security. The vast expanses of ice and snow that surround Echo Base, broken only by the occasional rocky outcropping or crystalline formation, create a landscape that is both beautiful and deadly. The weather conditions that can change from clear skies to blinding blizzard within minutes make every journey beyond the base's protective walls a potentially fatal adventure. The Wampa attack that leaves Luke hanging unconscious in an ice cave, his body slowly freezing while his equipment lies scattered in the snow, creates the crisis that will awaken his dormant Force abilities in ways that years of meditation have failed to achieve. The massive creature that has claimed him as prey, its white fur and savage claws perfectly adapted to Hoth's harsh environment, represents the kind of natural threat that makes the planet unsuitable for most forms of life. The escape that Luke achieves through unconscious use of the Force, summoning his lightsaber to his hand through telekinetic power, marks a turning point in his development as a Jedi. The Imperial probe droid that discovers the Rebel base, its sensors detecting the energy signatures that betray the presence of a major military installation, represents the culmination of a galaxy-wide search that has consumed vast resources and countless man-hours. The automated probe's transmission of its findings to the Imperial fleet, accomplished in the brief moments before Luke destroys it with his lightsaber, sets in motion the events that will force the Alliance to abandon another sanctuary and flee deeper into the galaxy's remote regions. The massive Imperial fleet that emerges from hyperspace above Hoth, led by the superstar destroyer Executor and commanded by Darth Vader himself, represents the kind of overwhelming force that the Empire has learned to deploy against rebel installations. The sight of these vessels, their hulls gleaming against the starfield, while their weapon systems charge for planetary bombardment, creates a moment of terror that tests the courage of even the most dedicated Alliance personnel. The coordination required to deploy such a force, from the logistics of moving thousands of personnel to the tactical planning necessary for a successful assault, demonstrates the military expertise that has made the Empire's forces so effective. The Battle of Hoth unfolds with the desperate intensity that has come to characterize the Rebellion's struggle for survival. as Alliance forces fight to buy time for the evacuation of personnel and equipment that cannot be replaced. The ion cannon that provides cover for escaping transports, its massive energy bolts capable of disabling Imperial capital ships, represents the kind of defensive weapon that has become essential to Rebel operations. The snowspeeder pilots who attack the Imperial walkers, their modified atmospheric fighters ill-equipped for combat against armored ground vehicles, demonstrate the courage that has sustained the Alliance through years of seemingly hopeless battles. The Imperial AT-AT walkers that advance across Hoth's frozen surface, their massive legs carrying them inexorably toward the Rebel base, while their heavy blasters destroy everything in their path, represent the kind of technological superiority that the Empire has brought to bear against the Rebellion. The sight of these mechanical giants, their armor impervious to conventional weapons, and their firepower capable of reducing buildings to rubble, creates a sense of impending doom that tests the resolve of even the most determined defenders. The innovative tactic that Luke develops, using the snowspeeder's tow cables to entangle the walker's legs and bring them crashing to the ground, demonstrates the kind of creative thinking that has allowed the Rebellion to survive despite its technological disadvantages. The coordination required to execute this maneuver, from the precise flying needed to wrap the cables around the walker's legs to the timing necessary to avoid the vehicle's defensive fire, showcases the piloting skills that have made the Alliance's starfighter corps legendary throughout the galaxy. The evacuation of Echo Base, conducted under enemy fire while Imperial forces close in from all directions, represents the kind of organized retreat that has become routine for the Rebellion's mobile forces. The transport ships that carry personnel and equipment to safety, their hulls modified with additional armor and defensive systems, demonstrate the engineering innovations that have emerged from the necessity of operating in hostile territory. The cover provided by the Alliance's starfighter squadrons, their X-Wings and Y-Wings engaging Imperial TIE fighters in desperate battles above the planet's surface, creates the breathing space necessary for the evacuation to succeed. The pursuit of the Millennium Falcon by Imperial forces, as Han Solo attempts to escort Princess Leia to safety while evading the massive fleet that has been deployed to capture them, showcases the kind of high-stakes chase that has become characteristic of the galactic civil war. The asteroid field that Han navigates with skill that borders on the supernatural, using the chaotic environment to lose his pursuers while avoiding the gravitational anomalies that would crush his ship, demonstrates the piloting expertise that has made him legendary among both smugglers and military personnel. The relationship between Han and Leia, tested by the stress of constant danger and the uncertainty of their survival, reaches new levels of intimacy as they find themselves alone together in the cramped confines of the Millennium Falcon. The verbal sparring that has characterized their interactions, now tinged with genuine affection and concern for each other's welfare, reveals the depth of feeling that has developed between them despite their different backgrounds and personalities. The moments of tenderness that occur between crises, from shared meals to quiet conversations about their hopes and fears, create the emotional foundation that will sustain them through the trials ahead. The mechanical problems that plague the Millennium Falcon, from hyperdrive failures to life support malfunctions, create ongoing challenges that test both Han's technical expertise and his relationship with Chewbacca. The modifications that they have made to the ship's systems, while improving its performance in some areas, have created a complex web of interdependencies that make repairs increasingly difficult. The improvised solutions that keep the ship operational, from bypassing damaged circuits to jury-rigging replacement parts, demonstrate the kind of ingenuity that has become essential for survival in the galaxy's criminal underworld. The betrayal at Cloud City, where Lando Calrissian's apparent friendship conceals a trap that has been set by Darth Vader himself, represents the kind of moral complexity that defines life under Imperial rule. The mining colony that floats in the upper atmosphere of the gas giant Bespin, its elegant architecture and sophisticated technology, creating an oasis of civilization in the hostile environment, serves as the perfect setting for deception and revelation. The carbon freezing facility that was designed for industrial purposes, now repurposed as a torture chamber and testing ground for the Dark Lord's plans, demonstrates the Empire's willingness to corrupt even the most benign technologies. The torture of Han Solo, conducted not to extract information, but to cause suffering that will draw Luke to Cloud City, represents the kind of psychological warfare that the Sith have perfected over millennia. The medical droids that monitor the prisoner's vital signs, ensuring that the torture continues without causing permanent damage, create a clinical atmosphere that makes the cruelty even more disturbing. The sounds of Han's agony, echoing through the Force to reach Luke across the vast distances of space, demonstrate the connections that bind all living things and the pain that can be transmitted through those bonds. The encasement of Han in carbonite, a process that was originally designed to preserve industrial materials for transport, becomes a method of imprisonment that reduces a living being to a decorative trophy. The sight of Han's frozen form, his face twisted in agony while his body remains perfectly preserved, creates an image that will haunt his friends and motivate their efforts to secure his freedom. The delivery of this grotesque prize to Jabba the Hutt, payment for debts that have accumulated over years of smuggling operations, demonstrates the criminal underworld's indifference to human suffering. Luke's journey to the Dagobah system, guided by the spirit of Obi-Wan, and driven by visions that he cannot fully understand, represents the beginning of his true education in the ways of the Force. The swamp planet that emerges from hyperspace, its surface covered with mist and vegetation that has grown unchecked for centuries, creates an environment that seems completely unsuitable for the kind of training that a Jedi Knight requires. The crash landing that destroys his X-Wing's ability to fly, trapping him on the planet until his training is complete, forces him to commit completely to the path that has been set before him. The revelation that the small green creature who steals his belongings and leads him through the swamp is actually Yoda, the legendary Jedi Master who trained generations of knights, demonstrates the danger of judging others by their appearance. The ancient being whose wisdom spans centuries and whose power dwarfs that of any living Jedi, now living in self-imposed exile in a simple hut built from the swamp's natural materials, represents the humility that true mastery requires. The tests that Yoda conducts, from the seemingly simple task of lifting rocks to the complex philosophical discussions about the nature of the Force, create a training regimen that challenges every assumption Luke has made about strength and power. The Force training that Luke receives on Dagobah, conducted in an environment where the natural world itself seems to pulse with mystical energy, represents the kind of intensive education that the old Jedi Order provided over many years. The physical exercises that develop his body's connection to the Force, from handstand push-ups while balancing Yoda on his feet, to running through obstacle courses while maintaining mental focus, create the foundation for more advanced techniques. The meditation sessions that open his mind to the Force's guidance, conducted in the midst of the swamp's natural beauty, provide insights into the interconnectedness of all living things. The dark side cave that Yoda directs Luke to enter, its entrance concealed by twisted roots and emanating an aura of malevolent power, represents the kind of trial that every Jedi must face in order to understand the full spectrum of the Force. The vision of Darth Vader that Luke encounters within the cave, defeated in lightsaber combat, only to reveal Luke's own face beneath the mask, provides a warning about the dangers of anger and hatred that will prove prophetic. The realization that the dark side's greatest weapon is not external evil, but the corruption that can grow within even the most well-intentioned heart, creates a lesson that will guide Luke through future trials. The philosophical discussions between Luke and Yoda, conducted while they share simple meals or work together to maintain the Master's humble dwelling, provide insights into the nature of the Force that extend far beyond simple combat techniques. The stories that Yoda tells about the old Jedi Order, his memories of training countless students and witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations, create a historical context that helps Luke understand his place in the galaxy's larger story. The warnings about the dark side's seductive power, illustrated through examples from Jedi history and personal experience, prepare Luke for the confrontations that await him. The premature departure from Dagobah, driven by Luke's vision of his friend's suffering and his inability to stand by while they face danger, represents the kind of impulsive decision that the Jedi Code is designed to prevent. The argument between Luke and Yoda, with the ancient master warning about the dangers of incomplete training while Luke insists on his duty to help those he loves, illustrates the tension between wisdom and compassion that defines the Jedi path. The reluctant blessing that Yoda provides, combined with his grim prediction about the confrontation that awaits, creates a sense of impending tragedy that shadows Luke's departure. The lightsaber duel between Luke and Darth Vader in the carbon-freezing chamber, conducted amidst the industrial machinery and toxic gases that make Cloud City's lower levels so dangerous, represents the first true test of Luke's Jedi training. The mechanical precision of Vader's attacks, honed through decades of experience and powered by the dark side's limitless fury, overwhelms Luke's defensive techniques and demonstrates the vast gulf that separates a novice from a master. The casual cruelty with which Vader dismembers his opponent, severing Luke's right hand with a precision that suggests both surgical skill and sadistic pleasure, provides a physical reminder of the cost of challenging the dark side unprepared. The revelation that Darth Vader is Luke's father, delivered in the depths of Cloud City, while Luke hangs suspended over a bottomless abyss, represents the most shocking moment in the galaxy's recorded history. The truth that Obi-Wan concealed, that the noble Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker had fallen to the dark side and become the Empire's most feared enforcer, transforms Luke's understanding of his heritage and his destiny. The invitation to join his father and help him overthrow the Emperor, presented as an opportunity to restore order to the galaxy, demonstrates the seductive power of the dark side's promises. The choice that Luke makes, to fall into the abyss rather than accept his father's offer, represents the kind of moral courage that defines true heroism. The leap into the unknown, driven by faith in the Force and refusal to compromise his principles, demonstrates the strength of character that will eventually prove capable of redeeming even the most fallen soul. The rescue by his friends, their timely arrival providing salvation when all hope seemed lost, illustrates the power of love and loyalty to overcome even the darkest circumstances. The medical treatment that Luke receives for his injuries, conducted aboard the Rebel fleet while it gathers to plan its next move, provides time for reflection and healing that will prove essential to his future development. The prosthetic hand that replaces his severed limb, its mechanical components hidden beneath synthetic skin, serves as a constant reminder of the price of confronting evil unprepared. The conversations with his friends, particularly Leia's comforting presence and her inexplicable ability to sense his location across vast distances, provide emotional support that helps him cope with the trauma of his encounter with Vader. The escape from Cloud City, accomplished through the combined efforts of Luke's friends and the belated assistance of Lando Calrissian, demonstrates the kind of desperate improvisation that has become characteristic of Rebel operations. The pursuit by Imperial forces, complicated by the Millennium Falcon's continued mechanical problems, and the need to rescue Luke from his precarious position, creates the kind of multi-layered crisis that tests every participant's skills and courage. The reunion of the core group, despite the losses they have suffered and the revelations that have shaken their understanding of reality, provides hope that their bonds will survive even the most challenging circumstances. The regrouping of the Rebel fleet, now forced to operate without a secure base and constantly threatened by Imperial pursuit, represents the darkest period in the Alliance's history. The losses suffered on Hoth, combined with the capture of one of their most important leaders and the revelation that their greatest hope may be the son of their greatest enemy, create challenges that threaten to overwhelm even the most dedicated freedom fighters. The determination to continue the fight, despite these setbacks and the seemingly impossible odds they face, demonstrates the kind of courage that has sustained the rebellion through years of struggle. The search for Han Solo, now frozen in carbonite and delivered to the crime lord who has placed a bounty on his head, becomes a central focus for the Alliance's most capable operatives. The intelligence gathering that reveals his location, the planning required to mount a rescue operation in hostile territory, and the personal motivations that drive his friends to risk everything for his freedom, all contribute to the preparation for missions that will test their skills to the limit. The broader implications of the Battle of Hoth, from the disruption of the Alliance's command structure to the psychological impact on beings throughout the galaxy who had begun to believe in the possibility of victory, create ripple effects that will influence the war's future course. The Imperial propaganda that portrays the evacuation as a crushing defeat, combined with the very real losses that the rebellion has suffered, threatens to undermine the morale that has sustained the resistance movement through its darkest hours. The technological innovations that emerge from the necessity of mobile operations, from improved communication systems that can coordinate fleet movements, to enhanced life support systems that make long-term space travel more bearable, demonstrate the kind of adaptation that has become essential to the Alliance's survival. The lessons learned from the loss of Echo Base, particularly the importance of maintaining multiple escape routes, and the dangers of concentrating too many resources in a single location, will influence Rebel strategy for years to come. The 10th holocron's violet light begins to dim, its memories of darkness and revelation finally exhausted. The Empire has struck back with devastating effectiveness, scattering the rebellion's forces and capturing one of its most important leaders. The revelation of Luke's parentage has transformed the conflict from a simple battle between good and evil into a complex family tragedy that will require resolution before the galaxy can know peace. The stage is set for a final confrontation that will determine not only the fate of the rebellion, but the destiny of the Skywalker family itself. The 11th holocron awakens with a deep emerald light that seems to pulse with the rhythm of quiet determination, its glow reflecting the complex interplay of grief and resolve that has come to define the rebellion in the wake of their devastating defeat at Hoth. 1 year has passed since the Empire struck back with such crushing effectiveness, and the alliance to restore the Republic finds itself fundamentally transformed by the revelations and losses that have shaken their movement to its very core. The scattered fleet that once represented hope triumphant has become a network of mobile cells, each group carrying forward the flame of resistance while nursing wounds that may never fully heal. The revelation of Luke Skywalker's parentage has sent shockwaves through the highest levels of the Alliance leadership, creating debates and concerns that extend far beyond the immediate tactical situation. The knowledge that their greatest hope for victory is also the son of their most feared enemy has forced the rebellion's commanders to confront questions about destiny, redemption, and the nature of the Force itself. The emergency sessions of the Alliance Council, conducted in the security of hyperspace while the fleet moves between safe harbors, have become forums for discussions that would have been unthinkable during the simpler days when the conflict seemed to be a straightforward battle between good and evil. Mon Mothma, bearing the weight of leadership during the Alliance's darkest hour, has found herself managing a coalition that has been tested by defeat and strained by the psychological impact of their losses. The political complexities of maintaining unity among dozens of planetary governments, each dealing with their own internal responses to the Empire's renewed aggression, have created challenges that test her diplomatic skills to their limits. The reports that flow to her from across the galaxy, detailing Imperial crackdowns and the systematic elimination of suspected rebel sympathizers, paint a picture of a galaxy where hope has become a luxury that few can afford. The search for Han Solo has become more than a rescue mission. It has evolved into a symbol of the Alliance's commitment to its people and a test of the bonds that hold their diverse coalition together. The intelligence networks that have been mobilized to track his location, from the sophisticated surveillance systems operated by Alliance intelligence to the informal networks of criminals and outcasts who move through the galaxy's underworld, represent one of the most extensive operations in the Rebellion's history. The resources devoted to this single objective, while strategically questionable, demonstrate the emotional investment that the Alliance's leaders have made in their personal relationships. Princess Leia, now bearing the additional burden of coordinating the search for the man she loves, while maintaining her duties as one of the Rebellion's most effective leaders, has found herself transformed by the experience of loss and the responsibility of command. The diplomatic missions that she undertakes, seeking to maintain the fragile alliances that sustain the rebellion while gathering intelligence about Imperial activities, have become more dangerous as her public profile makes her a target for Imperial agents. The modifications that have been made to her personal transport, from enhanced defensive systems to improved communication arrays, reflect the precarious balance between accessibility and security that defines her existence. The relationship between Leia and Luke, complicated by the revelation of his parentage and her own growing sensitivity to the Force, has deepened into something that transcends simple friendship while remaining undefined by conventional categories. The moments they share during the quiet periods between missions, their conversations about the future and the past, create a bond that seems to operate on levels beyond normal human interaction. The way they complement each other's strengths and compensate for each other's weaknesses suggests connections that neither fully understands but both have learned to trust. Luke's construction of his new lightsaber, undertaken in the solitude of his quarters aboard the Alliance flagship, represents both a practical necessity and a symbolic statement about his growing identity as a Jedi Knight. The components that he has gathered from across the galaxy, from the focusing crystal obtained through dangerous negotiations with underground dealers to the power cells that have been modified to his precise specifications, reflect the kind of personal investment that the creation of such a weapon requires. The meditation sessions that accompany the construction process, his mind focused on the Force while his hands work with mechanical precision, create a synthesis of spiritual discipline and technical expertise. The weapon that emerges from this process, its green blade humming with power that seems to emanate from Luke's own connection to the Force, represents a new phase in his development as both a warrior and a spiritual leader. The balance that he has achieved between the weapon's components, the harmony between crystal and electronics that creates its distinctive sound and appearance, reflects the internal balance that he has begun to achieve between his emotional attachments and his growing understanding of the Jedi path. The first time he ignites the blade, feeling the weapon's weight and sensing its responsiveness to his will, marks a moment of transformation that will define his approach to the confrontations ahead. The training regimen that Luke has developed for himself, based on the incomplete lessons he received from Yoda and supplemented by his own experimentation with the Force, represents an innovative approach to Jedi education that reflects the unique circumstances of his situation. The physical exercises that he conducts in the cramped spaces available aboard starships, from meditation in zero gravity to lightsaber practice in modified cargo bays, demonstrate his commitment to maintaining his skills despite the lack of traditional training facilities. The mental disciplines that he practices, reaching out through the Force to sense the emotions and thoughts of his companions, provide insights into the connections that bind all living things. The visions that come to Luke during his deeper meditations, glimpses of possible futures and echoes of past events, create both guidance and confusion as he learns to distinguish between genuine prophecy and the products of his own hopes and fears. The recurring images of his friends in danger, of confrontations with dark figures whose faces remain hidden, and of choices that will determine the fate of the galaxy, provide motivation for his continued development, while creating anxiety about the responsibilities that await him. The conversations with Obi-Wan's spirit, their communication limited by the constraints of death and the mysteries of the Force, offer wisdom and comfort while emphasizing the ultimately solitary nature of his journey. The Alliance's adaptation to mobile warfare, forced upon them by the loss of their secure base and the Empire's improved tracking capabilities, has required innovations in tactics, logistics, and communication that have transformed the nature of their resistance. The fleet that once operated from fixed installations now functions as a series of interconnected but independent units, each capable of surviving and operating alone while contributing to the larger strategic objectives. The supply chains that sustain these operations, from the fuel convoys that enable constant movement to the communication networks that coordinate activities across vast distances, represent achievements in military logistics that rival anything accomplished by conventional armies. The technological developments that have emerged from the necessity of mobile operations often surpass Imperial achievements through their efficiency and adaptability. The modular approach to ship design that allows rapid reconfiguration for different missions, the communication systems that maintain security while operating across galactic distances, and the life support technologies that make long-term space travel more bearable, all demonstrate the kind of innovation that desperation and freedom can inspire. The research facilities that operate aboard capital ships, their laboratories and workshops adapting to the constraints of shipboard life, continue to develop new technologies that provide the Alliance with tactical advantages. The intelligence war, that has intensified since the Battle of Hoth, operates on multiple levels, from the high-technology surveillance systems that monitor Imperial communications to the human networks that gather information through personal relationships and cultural connections. The spies who have infiltrated Imperial installations, their lives dependent on maintaining cover identities while gathering crucial information, represent the kind of personal courage that has become routine within the Alliance. The analysts who interpret the vast amounts of data that flow through Alliance channels, searching for patterns and connections that might reveal Imperial intentions, work with the understanding that their insights could determine the outcome of major battles. The Imperial response to the rebellion's new tactics has involved a corresponding evolution in their own strategies, as Admiral Ozzel and other fleet commanders developed new methods for hunting mobile targets. The probe droid networks that have been expanded to cover previously ignored systems, the intelligence assets that have been deployed to monitor potential rebel sympathizers, and the rapid response fleets that can converge on suspected Alliance positions, all represent the Empire's adaptation to the changing nature of the conflict. The resources devoted to this campaign, while impressive, also reveal the strain that the prolonged conflict has placed on Imperial capabilities. The search for ancient Jedi artifacts, undertaken by Alliance archaeological teams in the hope of finding information that might assist Luke's training, has become a priority that competes with immediate military needs for resources and personnel. The expeditions that venture into the ruins of Jedi temples, their explorations conducted under constant threat of Imperial discovery, represent the kind of long-term thinking that has become essential to the Alliance's survival. The artifacts that are recovered, from holocrons containing fragments of Jedi wisdom to lightsaber components that might be adapted for modern use, provide tangible connections to the traditions that the Empire has attempted to erase. The cultural preservation efforts that have emerged from the Alliance's commitment to diversity and freedom extend beyond simple military objectives to encompass the protection of knowledge and traditions that represent the galaxy's civilizational heritage. The scholars who work to preserve the languages, customs, and histories of oppressed peoples, their efforts conducted alongside military operations, ensure that the victory they seek will have meaning beyond the simple restoration of political freedom. The art and music that emerge from these efforts, expressing the hopes and dreams of beings who have found their voices through the rebellion, create cultural works that inspire continued resistance. The diplomatic initiatives that seek to expand the Alliance base of support have become increasingly complex as the Empire's retaliation against rebel sympathizers grows more sophisticated and brutal. the ambassadors who negotiate with planetary governments, their efforts to build coalitions complicated by the very real dangers that association with the rebellion brings, must balance the need for expansion with the moral responsibility to protect those who choose to help. The trade agreements that provide the alliance with needed resources, the cultural exchanges that build understanding between different species, and the mutual defense pacts that create networks of mutual support all contribute to the political foundation that must underpin any successful revolution. The medical advances that have emerged from the Alliance's commitment to caring for its wounded personnel represent some of the most significant scientific achievements of the era. The Bacter cultivation techniques that have been developed to increase the supply of this crucial healing agent, the prosthetic technologies that help disabled veterans return to active service, and the psychological support systems that address the trauma of warfare, all demonstrate the innovative approaches that emerge when healing is prioritized over profit. The mobile medical facilities that serve the fleet, their capabilities rivaling those of major planetary hospitals, ensure that the Alliance's commitment to its people extends beyond the purely military aspects of their struggle. The training programs that have been established to prepare new recruits for the increasingly complex demands of the galactic civil war have evolved to address not only tactical skills but also the psychological and moral challenges of fighting against overwhelming odds. The academies that operate aboard capital ships, their curricula covering everything from starfighter piloting to intelligence analysis, have become centers of learning that preserve and transmit the knowledge that will be necessary for governing a free galaxy. The instructors who staff these programs, many of them veterans of the Clone Wars and the early days of the Rebellion, provide continuity between the Republic's democratic traditions and the Alliance's vision for the future. The reconnaissance missions that gather intelligence about the Empire's new superweapon project, rumors of which have begun to circulate through the galaxy's intelligence networks, represent the kind of high-risk operations that have become essential to the Alliance's survival. The agents who infiltrate Imperial facilities, the pilots who conduct surveillance flights in heavily defended systems, and the analysts who piece together fragments of information from multiple sources all contribute to the growing understanding of the threat that the Empire is preparing to unleash. The intelligence that emerges from these efforts, while incomplete and sometimes contradictory, suggests that the Empire has learned from the Death Star's destruction and is preparing an even more devastating response. The industrial capacity that the Alliance has developed, while modest compared to the Empire's vast resources, represents a significant achievement for an organization that began with virtually nothing. The mobile factories that produce ammunition and replacement parts, the shipyards that construct new vessels and repair battle damage, and the research facilities that develop new technologies all operate under the constant threat of Imperial discovery. The workers who staff these operations, their dedication to the cause demonstrated through their willingness to labor under dangerous conditions, embody the spirit of service that has sustained the rebellion through its darkest hours. The economic warfare that the Alliance conducts against Imperial interests has become increasingly sophisticated as the rebellion's networks extend throughout the galaxy. The boycotts that target Imperial products, the strikes that disrupt production in key industries, and the sabotage operations that damage critical infrastructure all contribute to the Empire's growing economic difficulties. The coordination required to maintain these efforts, from the communication networks that spread information about targets to the financial systems that support striking workers, demonstrates the kind of organizational capability that has emerged from the rebellion's commitment to comprehensive resistance. The refugee assistance programs that provide aid to beings displaced by the Empire's crackdowns have become major operations that strain the Alliance's resources while demonstrating their commitment to humanitarian principles. The camps that house families fleeing persecution, the medical facilities that treat victims of Imperial brutality, and the educational programs that help refugee children maintain their cultural identities all represent the kind of comprehensive approach to liberation that distinguishes the Alliance from simple military rebellion. The personal stories that emerge from these efforts, from families reunited after years of separation to communities that have found new homes among the stars, provide the human dimension that gives meaning to the broader struggle. The religious and philosophical movements that have emerged from the Alliance's commitment to freedom of conscience represent a renaissance of spiritual thinking that the Empire's secular materialism has inadvertently encouraged. The temples that operate aboard Alliance ships, serving the spiritual needs of beings from dozens of different traditions, create communities of faith that transcend species and cultural boundaries. The philosophical discussions that take place in these settings, exploring questions about the nature of existence and the responsibilities that come with freedom, provide the moral foundation that will be necessary for governing a restored republic. The environmental restoration projects that the Alliance undertakes on liberated worlds demonstrate their commitment to healing the damage that Imperial rule has inflicted on the galaxy's ecosystems. The reforestation efforts that restore damaged forests, the water purification systems that clean up industrial pollution, and the wildlife preservation programs that protect endangered species all represent the positive vision that motivates Alliance members. The scientific research that supports these efforts, from the development of new agricultural techniques to the study of ecological relationships, ensures that the victory they seek will result in genuine improvement rather than simple political change. The cultural exchanges that take place within the Alliance fleet, as beings from different worlds share their traditions and learn from each other, create a model for the kind of galactic civilization that the Rebellion hopes to restore. The festivals that celebrate the holidays of various species, the artistic collaborations that blend different creative traditions, and the educational programs that teach about the galaxy's diverse cultures all contribute to the sense of unity that transcends political objectives. The friendships that form across species lines, the romantic relationships that bridge cultural differences, and the families that adopt children from different worlds all demonstrate the kind of integration that represents the Empire's greatest fear. The preparation for the rescue of Han Solo, now confirmed to be held in Jabba the Hutt's palace on Tatooine, has become a focal point for the Alliance's most capable operatives. The intelligence gathering that reveals the layout of the crime lord's stronghold, the weapons and equipment that are being assembled for the mission, and the coordination that will be required to extract their friend from one of the galaxy's most dangerous locations, all represent the kind of complex operation that tests every aspect of the Alliance's capabilities. The personal motivations that drive Luke, Leia, and their companions to risk everything for Han's freedom demonstrate the power of love and loyalty to transcend rational calculation. As the period between the Empire's devastating victory and the next phase of the galactic conflict draws to a close, the stage has been set for confrontations that will determine the ultimate fate of freedom in the galaxy. The lessons learned during this year of adaptation and growth, the relationships forged in the crucible of shared loss, and the innovations developed through necessity will all play crucial roles in the battles that lie ahead. The Alliance has emerged from its darkest hour not weakened but transformed, its commitment to its principles strengthened by the trials it has endured. The 11th holocron's emerald light begins to dim, its memories of adaptation and quiet determination finally exhausted. The Rebellion has used this time of apparent defeat to rebuild itself into something stronger and more resilient than before, while the Empire has revealed both the extent of its power and the depth of its commitment to maintaining control. The galaxy stands ready for the final confrontation that will determine whether the light of freedom will shine again among the stars or be extinguished forever in the darkness of tyranny. The 12th holocron ignites with a brilliant golden light that seems to pulse with the rhythm of destiny approaching its ultimate fulfillment, its radiance carrying within it the promise of redemption and the weight of choices that will echo through eternity. The galaxy stands at the threshold of its final trial, as the Empire prepares to unveil a weapon that will make the original Death Star seem like a mere toy, while the Rebellion marshals its forces for what may be their last desperate gamble for freedom. In the twin suns of Tatooine and the forest moon of Endor, in the depths of space and the corridors of the human heart, forces beyond imagination are about to collide in ways that will determine whether the light of hope will shine again among the stars or be extinguished forever in the darkness of tyranny. The rescue of Han Solo from Jabba the Hutt's palace on Tatooine represents the culmination of months of careful planning and the ultimate test of the bonds that hold the rebellion's core group together. The elaborate scheme that unfolds within the crime lord's stronghold, with each participant playing a carefully rehearsed role while adapting to unexpected complications, demonstrates the kind of coordinated operation that has become the Alliance's specialty. The transformation of Luke Skywalker from the uncertain farm boy who once lived on this desert world to the confident Jedi Knight who now strides through the palace corridors with his lightsaber at his side represents the personal journey that mirrors the galaxy's own transformation. The throne room of Jabba the Hutt, with its atmosphere of decadent luxury and casual cruelty, serves as the perfect setting for the confrontation between the values that the rebellion represents and the criminal empire that has flourished under imperial rule. The massive slug who holds court from his dais, surrounded by the diverse collection of criminals, entertainers, and sycophants who make up his retinue, embodies the kind of power that derives from fear and corruption rather than legitimate authority. The frozen form of Han Solo, displayed as a trophy on the wall while his friends pretend to be bounty hunters and servants, serves as a constant reminder of the stakes involved in their mission. The sail barge that carries the rescue team into the Dune Sea, its luxurious appointments and heavily armed escorts reflecting Jabba's wealth and paranoia, becomes the stage for a battle that will test every skill that Luke has developed during his training. The execution that Jabba has planned, feeding his prisoners to the Sarlacc that dwells in the great pit of Carkoon, represents the kind of sadistic entertainment that has made the crime lord feared throughout the galaxy's underworld. The ancient creature that awaits its victims in the depths of the desert, its tentacles reaching upward from the sand while its beak-like mouth promises a death that will last for centuries, creates a threat that transcends simple physical danger. The lightsaber battle that erupts aboard the sail barge, as Luke reveals his true identity and cuts down Jabba's guards with the green blade of his newly constructed weapon, demonstrates the confidence and skill that have emerged from his incomplete but intensive training. The acrobatic maneuvers that allow him to navigate the barge's crowded deck while engaging multiple opponents, his movements enhanced by the Force while his blade deflects blaster bolts with casual precision, showcase the kind of combat prowess that has made the Jedi legendary throughout galactic history. The liberation of his friends, accomplished through a combination of careful planning and desperate improvisation, provides the emotional foundation for the greater battles that lie ahead. The death of Jabba the Hutt, strangled by the very chains that bound Princess Leia to his throne, represents more than simple revenge for the suffering that the crime lord has inflicted on countless beings. The image of the former slave striking down her captor with his own instruments of oppression becomes a symbol of the kind of liberation that the rebellion seeks to achieve throughout the galaxy. The destruction of the sail barge, its wreckage scattered across the desert sands while its former passengers flee to safety, marks the end of a criminal empire that has terrorized the Outer Rim for decades. The return to Dagobah, where Luke seeks to complete his training with the ancient Jedi Master who has become his teacher and guide, takes place in the shadow of Yoda's approaching death. The simple hut that has served as the Master's home for decades of exile, its furnishings reflecting the humble lifestyle that has sustained one of the galaxy's most powerful beings, becomes the setting for revelations that will transform Luke's understanding of his destiny. The confirmation that Darth Vader is indeed his father, delivered by a being whose wisdom spans centuries and whose compassion has survived the destruction of everything he once held dear, forces Luke to confront the legacy of darkness that flows through his bloodline. The death of Yoda, the last of the great Jedi Masters who once guided the Republic through centuries of peace and prosperity, represents the end of an era that has stretched back to the galaxy's earliest recorded history. The ancient being whose body dissolves into the Force while his spirit achieves the immortality that comes from complete surrender to the cosmic energy that binds all living things, provides Luke with a final lesson about the nature of sacrifice and transcendence. The revelation that there is another Skywalker, hidden among the rebellion's leadership and possessing the same potential for greatness or darkness, adds complexity to the prophecy that has driven so many of the galaxy's recent events. The conversation between Luke and Obi-Wan's spirit, conducted in the misty depths of the Dagobah swamp, while ancient trees whisper secrets that only the Force can understand, provides the final pieces of the puzzle that has defined Luke's existence. The revelation that Leia is his twin sister, separated at birth and raised in ignorance of her heritage, while developing the same sensitivity to the Force that has made him a Jedi Knight, creates connections that transcend the simple bonds of friendship and shared struggle. The understanding that their father's redemption depends on Luke's willingness to risk everything in a confrontation that could destroy them, both adds weight to the choices that lie ahead. The briefing aboard the Rebel flagship, where the Alliance's leadership reveals the intelligence that has been gathered about the Empire's new superweapon, creates a moment of crisis that tests the resolve of every being who has chosen to fight for freedom. The holographic displays that show the second Death Star, its massive bulk suspended in orbit around the forest moon of Endor, while Imperial construction crews work to complete its devastating armament, provide visual confirmation of the threat that the Empire has prepared in response to their earlier defeat. The revelation that the Emperor himself is aboard the battle station, personally overseeing its completion while using his presence as bait to draw the rebel fleet into a trap, adds a personal dimension to what might otherwise be a purely tactical decision. The strategy that emerges from the Alliance's desperate situation, requiring simultaneous assaults on the Death Star's shield generator and the space station itself, represents the kind of coordinated operation that has become the Rebellion's specialty. The strike team that will infiltrate the forest moon to destroy the shield generator, led by Han Solo and including the Alliance's most capable operatives, faces the challenge of operating in an environment where the Empire's military might is supported by the native Ewoks' intimate knowledge of their homeland. The fleet that will assault the Death Star once its shields are down, commanded by Admiral Akbar and including every capital ship that the Alliance can muster, represents the culmination of years of military buildup and technological innovation. The forest moon of Endor, with its towering trees and primitive beauty, provides a setting that contrasts sharply with the technological warfare that has come to define the galactic conflict. The Ewok villages that nestle among the branches, their inhabitants living in harmony with their environment, while maintaining the warrior traditions that have protected them for generations, represent the kind of natural wisdom that the Empire's mechanized approach to governance has systematically destroyed. The alliance that forms between the rebel strike team and the indigenous population, forged through shared danger and mutual respect, demonstrates the power of cooperation to overcome even the most overwhelming technological advantages. The shield generator that protects the Death Star, its massive bulk concealed within a fortified bunker while its energy field extends across thousands of kilometers of space, represents the kind of engineering achievement that has made the Empire's military so formidable. The Imperial garrison that guards this crucial installation, equipped with the latest weapons and supported by scout troopers whose knowledge of the forest environment rivals that of the native population, poses challenges that will test every skill that the strike team has developed. The battle that erupts throughout the forest, as Ewok warriors armed with primitive weapons engage Imperial forces whose technology seems to render them invincible, creates a conflict that embodies the struggle between natural wisdom and artificial power. The space battle that develops around the Death Star as the Rebel fleet emerges from hyperspace to discover that the Imperial Navy has anticipated their arrival and prepared a trap of unprecedented scope represents the largest military engagement in galactic history. The sight of Imperial Star Destroyers emerging from behind the forest moon, their formations coordinated with mathematical precision, while their weapon systems charge for devastating volleys, creates a moment of despair that tests the courage of even the most experienced Alliance commanders. The realization that the Death Star's superlaser is operational, despite intelligence reports suggesting that its construction was incomplete, transforms what was intended to be a surgical strike into a desperate battle for survival. The personal confrontation between Luke and Darth Vader aboard the Death Star, conducted in the presence of the Emperor himself while the battle rages around them, represents the climactic moment toward which the entire saga has been building. The throne room where this meeting takes place, its elegant furnishings and expansive viewports creating an atmosphere of refined menace, serves as the perfect setting for revelations that will determine the fate of the galaxy. The Emperor's presence, his yellow eyes burning with the accumulated malice of decades spent perfecting the dark side's most destructive techniques, adds a dimension of spiritual warfare to what might otherwise be a simple family reunion. The lightsaber duel between father and son, conducted while the Emperor watches with the satisfaction of a puppeteer whose strings have guided every movement of the conflict, transcends simple combat to become a struggle for the soul of the galaxy itself. The crimson blade that represents Vader's commitment to the dark side clashes with the green fire of Luke's weapon, their collision creating sparks that illuminate the moral landscape of their confrontation. The mechanical breathing that has defined Vader's existence since his transformation echoes through the chamber, while his son's calm determination provides a counterpoint to the fury that has consumed his father's spirit. The moment when Luke's anger overcomes his training, his assault on Vader driven by the Emperor's taunts about his friend's fate and his sister's vulnerability, demonstrates the seductive power of the dark side that has corrupted so many promising students. The severing of Vader's mechanical hand, accomplished through a combination of skill and rage that mirrors his father's own fall, creates a parallel that threatens to complete the cycle of darkness that has defined the Skywalker family. The realization that he is following the same path that led to his father's corruption, symbolized by the sparking machinery that lies where flesh and blood once existed, provides the moment of clarity that will determine his ultimate choice. The Emperor's revelation of his true nature, as he abandons the pretense of political leadership and embraces his identity as a Sith Lord whose power transcends anything previously seen in the galaxy, creates a confrontation that will test the strength of the light side itself. The Force lightning that erupts from his fingertips, its energy drawn from the cosmic darkness that has been his source of power for decades, represents the kind of supernatural evil that the Jedi Order was created to oppose. The torture that he inflicts on Luke, his pleasure in the young Jedi's suffering, reflecting the sadism that has always characterized the Sith philosophy, creates the crisis that will either complete the darkness's triumph or catalyze its ultimate defeat. The redemption of Anakin Skywalker, accomplished through his decision to save his son's life despite the certain knowledge that this choice will result in his own death, represents the fulfillment of the prophecy that has driven so many of the galaxy's recent events. The moment when the black-armored figure of Darth Vader lifts his master and hurls him into the Death Star's reactor shaft, his mechanical strength finally serving the cause of justice rather than oppression, marks the return of the man who was once known as the galaxy's greatest hero. The destruction of the Emperor, his body consumed by the same dark energy that he has wielded for so many years, eliminates the source of corruption that has poisoned the galaxy for generations. The final conversation between Luke and his father, conducted in the shuttle bay, while the Death Star's systems fail around them, and the sound of Anakin's natural breathing replaces the mechanical rhythm that has defined his existence, provides the emotional resolution that the galaxy has awaited for decades. The removal of the mask that has concealed his humanity, revealing the scarred but unmistakably human face of the man who once brought balance to the Force, creates a moment of intimacy that transcends the political and military dimensions of their conflict. The words of love and forgiveness that pass between them, spoken in the few moments that remain before death claims the redeemed Sith Lord, provide healing for wounds that have festered since the fall of the Republic. The destruction of the second Death Star, accomplished through the combined efforts of the Rebel fleet and the strike team that has disabled the shield generator, represents the ultimate victory of hope over fear in the galaxy's long struggle for freedom. The chain reaction that consumes the massive space station, its energy released in a burst of light that can be seen across the star system, eliminates the Empire's ultimate weapon and the leadership that has guided its oppression for over 2 decades. The escape of Luke and his father's body, accomplished in the final moments before the station's destruction, ensures that the galaxy's greatest villain can be honored as its unexpected savior. The battle in the forest that determines the fate of the shield generator, as Ewok warriors armed with primitive weapons demonstrate that courage and determination can overcome even the most advanced technology, provides a counterpoint to the supernatural confrontation taking place aboard the Death Star. The ingenuity that the indigenous population brings to their fight against the Imperial garrison, from the logs and rocks that crush AT-ST walkers to the net traps that capture scout troopers, demonstrates the power of local knowledge and natural wisdom to triumph over artificial sophistication. The alliance between the Rebel strike team and the forest dwellers, forged through shared danger and mutual respect, becomes a symbol of the kind of cooperation that will be necessary to rebuild the galaxy. The space battle that rages around the Death Star, as Rebel capital ships engage Imperial Star Destroyers in close-quarters combat, while starfighters weave between the massive vessels, showcases the kind of desperate courage that has sustained the Alliance through years of seemingly hopeless struggle. The Millennium Falcon's assault on the Death Star's superstructure, piloted by Lando Calrissian with a precision that redeems his earlier betrayal, represents the kind of impossible mission that has become routine for the Rebellion's most skilled operatives. The destruction of the massive reactor that powers the space station, accomplished through a combination of courage and precise targeting, eliminates the Empire's most powerful weapon and its most important leadership. The celebrations that erupt throughout the galaxy as news of the Emperor's death and the Death Star's destruction spreads to every inhabited system represent the spontaneous expression of joy that has been suppressed for decades. The beings who dance in the streets of Coruscant, their revelry taking place in the shadow of the Imperial Palace while stormtroopers abandon their posts, demonstrate the universal desire for freedom that the Empire has never been able to eliminate. The festivals that break out on countless worlds, from the industrial centers of the core to the agricultural communities of the Outer Rim, create a moment of unity that transcends the political divisions that have defined the galactic conflict. The funeral pyre that Luke constructs for his father, its flames consuming the black armor that has symbolized tyranny, while freeing the spirit of the man who wore it, provides a moment of closure that honors both the villain that Darth Vader became and the hero that Anakin Skywalker once was. The ceremony that takes place on the forest moon, attended by the friends who have shared the struggle and the Ewoks who have provided crucial assistance, creates a sense of completion that encompasses both personal loss and galactic liberation. The appearance of the Force spirits who watch over the proceedings, their forms representing the continuity between the old Jedi Order and the new age that is about to begin, provides assurance that the sacrifices made for freedom will not be forgotten. The restoration of the Republic, accomplished through the Alliance's victory over the Empire's military forces and the elimination of the Sith, who have manipulated galactic politics for generations, represents the beginning of a new era that will test the ideals for which so many have fought and died. The challenges that await the galaxy, from the practical problems of governing countless worlds to the spiritual task of healing the wounds that tyranny has inflicted, will require the same courage and determination that has sustained the rebellion through its darkest hours. the hope that fills the hearts of beings throughout the galaxy, their belief that justice and freedom can triumph over oppression and fear, provides the foundation for the civilization that will emerge from the ashes of the Empire. The 12th holocron's golden light begins to fade, its memories of redemption and triumph finally exhausted. The Jedi have returned, bringing with them the promise of balance and the restoration of hope to a galaxy that has known too much darkness. The prophecy has been fulfilled, the Chosen One has brought balance to the Force, and the light of freedom shines again among the stars. The saga that began with the fall of the Republic has reached its conclusion with the triumph of good over evil, love over hate, and hope over despair. The final holocron awakens with a warm amber light that seems to pulse with the rhythm of a galaxy, finally breathing freely, its glow reflecting the complex interplay of hope and responsibility that has come to define the post-Imperial era. The Emperor's death and the destruction of the second Death Star have shattered the chains that bound countless worlds, but the dawn of freedom brings with it challenges that test the very ideals for which the rebellion fought so desperately. In the aftermath of victory, heroes must learn to become builders, warriors must transform into statesmen, and a galaxy that has known only tyranny must rediscover the delicate art of democratic governance. The immediate aftermath of the Battle of Andor creates a power vacuum that threatens to plunge the galaxy into chaos, even as its inhabitants celebrate their liberation from Imperial rule. The collapse of the Empire's command structure, with regional governors and military commanders suddenly finding themselves without central authority, creates opportunities for both democratic restoration and opportunistic conquest. The celebrations that erupt on countless worlds, from the industrial centers of the core to the agricultural communities of the Outer Rim, provide moments of pure joy that mask the underlying uncertainty about what will replace the system that has governed their lives for over 2 decades. The Rebel Alliance's transformation into the New Republic represents one of the most complex political undertakings in galactic history, requiring the delicate balance of maintaining military effectiveness while establishing civilian authority. Mon Mothma, elevated from wartime leader to chief of state, finds herself navigating the treacherous waters of coalition politics as dozens of planetary governments negotiate their roles in the emerging democracy. The emergency sessions of the Provisional Council, conducted in the restored Senate chambers on Coruscant, while construction crews work to repair the damage inflicted by decades of Imperial neglect, become forums for debates that will determine the galaxy's future structure. The restoration of Coruscant as the galactic capital requires more than simply occupying the Imperial Palace and removing the Emperor's statues from public spaces. The massive city-planet bears the scars of authoritarian rule in every district, from the segregated alien quarters where non-humans were forced to live to the industrial sectors where slave labor once powered the Imperial war machine. The process of democratization extends beyond political structures to encompass the social and economic systems that touch every aspect of daily life for the trillions of beings who call the planet home. The military challenges that face the New Republic stem not only from Imperial remnants who refuse to accept defeat, but also from the practical difficulties of maintaining order while dismantling an authoritarian apparatus. The clone troopers who served the Empire during its final years, their inhibitor chips removed, and their loyalty freely given, must be integrated into a military force that serves democratic ideals rather than Imperial decree. The stormtroopers who choose to defect, their conditioning broken by the Emperor's death and the revelation of the regime's true nature, require extensive rehabilitation before they can contribute to the society they once oppressed. Luke Skywalker's journey from rebel pilot to Jedi Master represents the personal transformation that mirrors the galaxy's own evolution from oppression to freedom. The temple that he establishes on the verdant world of Yavin 4, built among the ancient ruins where the rebellion once planned its most desperate gambit, becomes a center of learning that seeks to restore the Jedi Order while avoiding the mistakes that led to its destruction. The The students who come to him, Force-sensitive beings from across the galaxy who have hidden their abilities throughout the dark years, represent the new generation that will carry the light of the Jedi into the future. The training methods that Luke develops, informed by his own unconventional education and the wisdom gleaned from ancient texts recovered from Imperial archives, emphasize practical application over theoretical knowledge. The meditation techniques that help his students connect with the Force, adapted from the lessons he learned on Dagobah and supplemented by discoveries from archaeological expeditions, create a more flexible approach to Jedi education. The lightsaber construction workshops where students craft their own weapons using crystals gathered from the sacred caves of Ilum and other Force-sensitive worlds maintain the traditions that connect the New Order to its ancient roots. The philosophical discussions that take place in the Temple's halls as students and masters explore the nature of the Force and the responsibilities that come with its power create a body of wisdom that goes beyond the rigid doctrines of the old Jedi Order. The emphasis on emotional balance rather than emotional suppression, learned through Luke's own struggles with attachment and loss, provides a more human approach to the spiritual disciplines that define Jedi training. The recognition that love and compassion can be sources of strength rather than weakness, demonstrated through Anakin's redemption and Luke's own journey, fundamentally alters the Order's understanding of the dark side's nature. Princess Leia's evolution from rebel leader to New Republic senator represents the kind of political transformation that the galaxy's new democratic institutions require. Her marriage to Han Solo, celebrated in a ceremony that brings together beings from across the galaxy while symbolizing the unity that the New Republic hopes to achieve, creates a partnership that combines her political acumen with his practical experience. The children that they raise together, growing up in a galaxy where freedom is a birthright rather than a revolutionary dream, represent the first generation to benefit from the peace that their parents fought to achieve. The diplomatic initiatives that Leia undertakes, seeking to bring former Imperial worlds into the New Republic through negotiation rather than conquest, demonstrate the commitment to democratic principles that distinguishes the new government from its predecessor. The trade agreements that restore economic prosperity to war-torn systems, the cultural exchanges that heal the wounds inflicted by the Empire's xenophobic policies, and the mutual defense pacts that create networks of cooperation all contribute to the foundation of lasting peace. The challenges she faces, from worlds reluctant to trust any central authority to species that have been enemies for generations, test every skill that she has developed as both a politician and a Force-sensitive individual. Han Solo's transition from smuggler to general to respectable citizen represents the kind of personal growth that the galaxy's new era makes possible. His work with the New Republic's fleet, helping to establish the military traditions that will serve democratic ideals rather than imperial ambition, provides structure and purpose to a life that once knew only the freedom of the stars. The commercial ventures that he pursues, from legitimate shipping operations to the exploration of new hyperspace routes, demonstrate the entrepreneurial spirit that thrives in an environment of political freedom. The relationship between Han and Chewbacca, deepened through years of shared adventure and mutual loyalty, becomes a model for the kind of interspecies cooperation that the New Republic seeks to foster. The modifications that they make to the Millennium Falcon, transforming it from a smuggler's vessel into a symbol of the rebellion's victory, reflect the adaptation that all aspects of galactic society must undergo. The stories that they tell about their adventures, from the Kessel Run to the Battle of Endor, become part of the mythology that sustains the New Republic's sense of identity and purpose. The economic reconstruction that follows the Empire's collapse requires the transformation of military industries into civilian enterprises, a process that tests the New Republic's commitment to peaceful development. The shipyards that once produced Star Destroyers and TIE Fighters must be retooled to construct cargo vessels and passenger transports, while the factories that manufactured weapons and armor adapt to produce consumer goods and agricultural equipment. The workers who labored under Imperial supervision, their skills honed through years of military production, must learn new trades that serve the needs of a free society. The scientific research that flourishes in the New Republic's universities and institutes, no longer constrained by the military applications that dominated Imperial science, leads to discoveries that benefit all aspects of galactic civilization. The medical advances that emerge from the study of force healing and bacter cultivation, the agricultural innovations that help war-torn worlds restore their food production, and the environmental technologies that repair the damage inflicted by Imperial strip mining, all contribute to the galaxy's recovery. The archaeological expeditions that explore the ruins of ancient civilizations, their work no longer hampered by Imperial restrictions, recover knowledge and artifacts that enrich the galaxy's understanding of its own history. The cultural renaissance that accompanies political freedom manifests in art, music, and literature that celebrates diversity while promoting the unity that the New Republic requires. The festivals that bring together beings from different worlds, their celebrations combining traditions that were once suppressed by Imperial conformity, create new forms of expression that transcend species boundaries. The educational systems that teach the history of the Galactic Civil War, their curricula emphasizing the importance of individual courage and collective action, prepare future generations to maintain the freedom that has been won through such sacrifice. The refugee resettlement programs that help beings displaced by the war find new homes and opportunities demonstrate the New Republic's commitment to humanitarian principles. The former slaves who gain their freedom with the Empire's collapse, the political prisoners who emerge from Imperial detention centers, and the families separated by decades of conflict all require assistance in rebuilding their lives. The social workers who coordinate these efforts, the medical personnel who treat the physical and psychological wounds of oppression, and the educators who help refugees adapt to life in a free society all contribute to the healing that the galaxy requires. The environmental restoration projects that address the damage inflicted by Imperial exploitation showcase the New Republic's commitment to sustainability and conservation. The reforestation efforts that restore forests destroyed by mining operations, the water purification systems that clean up industrial pollution, and the wildlife preservation programs that protect species endangered by habitat destruction all represent investments in the galaxy's future. The research that supports these efforts, from the development of new agricultural techniques to the study of ecosystem restoration, ensures that the mistakes of the past will not be repeated. The religious and philosophical movements that emerge from the New Republic's commitment to freedom of conscience create a spiritual renaissance that complements the political transformation. The temples that serve beings of various faiths, their construction supported by government funds, while their doctrine remains independent of political influence, provide communities with the spiritual guidance that helps them navigate the challenges of freedom. The interfaith councils that promote understanding between different religious traditions, the philosophical societies that explore questions of ethics and meaning, and the meditation centers that offer respite from the pressures of modern life all contribute to the galaxy's spiritual health. The historical preservation efforts that seek to document the struggles and triumphs of the Galactic Civil War ensure that future generations will understand the price of freedom and the importance of protecting it. The archives that collect the personal stories of those who fought against tyranny, the monuments that honor the sacrifices made for liberty, and the educational programs that teach the lessons of the past, all contribute to the collective memory that sustains democratic institutions. The veterans who share their experiences with younger generations, their testimonies serving as both inspiration and warning, provide living connections to the events that shaped the galaxy's destiny. The technological innovations that emerge from the New Republic's research institutions, no longer constrained by military applications or imperial secrecy, lead to advances that improve life for beings throughout the galaxy. The communication systems that connect remote worlds to the galactic community, the transportation networks that facilitate trade and cultural exchange, and the medical technologies that extend life and reduce suffering all demonstrate the benefits of freedom and open inquiry. the space exploration programs that seek to map new regions of the galaxy, their missions driven by scientific curiosity rather than imperial expansion, represent the peaceful uses of the capabilities that once served war. The legal reforms that establish the New Republic system of justice emphasize rehabilitation over punishment, while ensuring that those who committed atrocities under the Empire face accountability for their actions. The war crimes tribunals that prosecute imperial officers who exceeded even the brutal standards of their regime. The Truth and Reconciliation Commissions that help communities heal from the wounds of oppression, and the civil courts that protect individual rights while maintaining social order, all contribute to the rule of law that democracy requires. The generational changes that occur as young beings grow up in a galaxy where freedom is normal rather than revolutionary create new perspectives on the challenges that face galactic civilization. The children who attend integrated schools where species diversity is celebrated rather than suppressed, the teenagers who choose their own careers rather than having their roles assigned by imperial decree, and the young adults who participate in democratic processes that their parents could only dream of, all represent the future that the rebellion fought to create. The ongoing challenges that test the New Republic's commitment to its founding principles, from the temptation to use authoritarian methods to solve complex problems to the difficulty of maintaining unity among diverse populations, demonstrate that freedom requires constant vigilance and renewal. The peaceful transitions of power that occur through democratic elections, the constitutional conventions that adapt the government structure to changing needs, and the civil rights movements that extend liberty to those who have been marginalized, all contribute to the evolution of galactic democracy. The legacy of the original trilogy's heroes, their stories becoming part of the mythology that inspires future generations, provides the moral foundation that sustains the New Republic through its inevitable challenges. The statues that honor their sacrifices, the schools that bear their names, and the holidays that celebrate their achievements all serve as reminders of the courage and dedication that freedom requires. The values that they embodied, from Luke's compassion to Leia's determination to Han's loyalty, become the ideals that guide the galaxy toward a future worthy of their sacrifice. The Force itself, no longer clouded by the dark side's influence and freed from the Sith's corruption, flows through the galaxy with renewed clarity and purpose. The Force-sensitive beings who emerge from hiding, their abilities no longer marking them for persecution, contribute to the spiritual awakening that accompanies political freedom. The balance that has been restored between light and darkness, achieved through Anakin's redemption and Luke's compassion, creates the foundation for a future where the Force serves all life rather than the ambitions of a few. The hope that fills the hearts of beings throughout the galaxy, their belief that justice and freedom can triumph over oppression and fear, provides the energy that sustains the New Republic through its growing pains and challenges. The knowledge that tyranny can be defeated through courage and unity, that love can overcome hate, and that hope can triumph over despair becomes the greatest victory of all. The children who grow up in this new era, their dreams unlimited by the constraints that once defined their parents' lives, represent the ultimate justification for all the sacrifices that have been made. As the final chapter of this epic saga draws to a close, the galaxy stands transformed by the events that began with a young farm boy's first glimpse of the stars and culminated in the restoration of balance to the Force. The heroes who emerged from obscurity to challenge the greatest evil the galaxy has ever known have completed their journey from rebels to founders, their legacy secured not only in the victories they achieved, but in the civilization they helped create. The New Republic, born from the ashes of the Empire and nurtured by the ideals of freedom and justice, represents the fulfillment of dreams that sustained the rebellion through its darkest hours. The final holocron's amber light begins to fade, its memories of hope fulfilled and dreams realized finally complete. The galaxy has been transformed, its people freed from tyranny and empowered to shape their own destiny. The Force is in balance, the Jedi have returned, and the light of freedom shines brightly among the stars. The saga that began in darkness has ended in light, proving that hope, courage, and love can indeed conquer all.